Ayo, ayo, ayo. What's up, loved ones? Give me 1 second. Davion out the way. Boom. What's up, y'all? Appreciate you. Welcome, 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 welcome. I see Will Z's got his free agent wish list. Number one, Cam Johnson. All right. All right. 28 minutes, 15 points per game, 4 rebounds, 1.9 assists, 45% wide open threes.
Yeah, I think that's number one for me.
What that cost?
20.
Man, at this point, that feels like a bargain. Everybody's saying 20. Is he restricted?
He's restricted.
He is restricted. There he is.
He's restricted. I read a couple articles that says probably be about 20. Well, they said it'd probably be like 17 to 18, but he could get up to 20.
Mm-hmm.
If we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Welcome into the Wednesday, May 3rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. Let him fly one more time. For your NBA Executive of the Year.
Come on, man.
As the accolades continue to roll in, Monte McNair.
Let's go, Monty. Great job, baby. Great job.
NBA Executive of the Year, an award I completely forgot about. I had just forgotten about this one. I thought Monty was a front runner. I knew there was probably a chance Kobe Altman landed it. I know Warriors fans are bitching that Rob Pelinka didn't get it. When Lakers fans didn't get it, that Rob Pelinka didn't win the award, when in actuality, Danny Ainge should have won the award.
Thank you.
Danny Ainge is the general manager for the Los Angeles Lakers at this point.
Right.
Goodness gracious.
And Pelinka did a good job at the trade deadline. But you don't get bailed out for what you put out there to start the season. All right. You don't get bailed out for that. Didn't Pat Bev go there this offseason?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
Was that this offseason? Oh, it was.
Yeah,
was it?
Yeah,
oh, man.
It was this summer, man. And you out there getting Pat Bev thinking you making moves. No, you don't get bailed out for that, bro. Good job to rebound and do what you got to do. But no, it's not winning you the Executive of the Year award. You were in the play-in. I know they're winning right now. But you were in the play-in. Sir, no.
Been really good since the trade deadline.
They've been really good.
I mean, Rob Pelinka don't deserve the award, though.
Right.
Danny Ainge deserves the award. Danny Ainge is the general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers, not Rob Pelinka. But Monte McNair is the general manager of the Sacramento Kings, and he is the NBA Executive of the Year. I actually think it was Kobe Altman that finished second. I don't even know if Rob Pelinka was anywhere on this list. But Monte McNair caps off a season in which we saw Mike Brown be the coach of the year. We saw De'Aaron Fox become the first ever clutch player of the year. And it's just more validation, not only about the season that the Sacramento Kings had, but what's ahead for this Sacramento Kings organization. Obviously, Monte McNair isn't going anywhere. Mike Brown isn't going anywhere. De'Aaron Fox isn't going anywhere. So the building blocks for this franchise are right there. And we're going to talk about some of them today. We're going to talk about some of the things that we want to see next year. Of course, we'll talk about the great start to that second round series with the Lakers and the Warriors. Really fun opening game. We'll talk about that as well. Jordan Poole catching a lot of heat here today. Jesse had some observations on the Lakers that I want to ask you about. Joel Embiid wins his first MVP. He's back tonight. We'll talk about that as well. But Monte McNair getting that award, and you try to take all of the things that Monte has done here in his time. Obviously, his very, very first piece of business was signing De'Aaron Fox to a long-term contract extension. And it feels like he had a vision, and while many people believed they were speculating on Monte McNair's thinking, I think they were just speculating. Monte McNair's thinking appears to have been this entire time building a team around De'Aaron Fox. I don't think it was a Tyrese or De'Aaron situation last year. I think it was Tyrese. Tyrese because he was an attractive contract, but Tyrese also because he thought De'Aaron was the guy to build around. I could be completely wrong in that assessment, but I look at what he's done since then, starting with the acquisition of Domantas Sabonis for Tyrese Halliburton, and then acquiring exactly what those two needed in Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk, the sneakiest big free agency signing for the Sacramento Kings in a long, long time. And then the drafting of Keegan Murray. The order in which I stated those is a little bit out of whack, but all three of those things happened in a few week period, and it's just worked out incredibly for him.
Do you
for us?
That's a great point that you bring up. You think if Fox and Halliburton were on the same contract, that they would have looked to move Halliburton instead of Fox?
Yeah. I think they were building around De'Aaron.
Okay.
I think now that's not Tyrese is really good. Tyrese has shown in Indiana that he could be a scorer.
Yeah.
He didn't show that here. And when he was asked about it, he said, I think you have they've been trying to tell me to do that my whole life when it comes to shooting more. And De'Aaron, even at that point, even during the lean years, proved he could be a scorer. He proved he could potentially be an explosive scorer. Tyrese hadn't shown that in a year. And I'm not killing him for that. He's shown it since, but in the time he didn't. And I think that was the first block that he needed. Remember, Monty didn't have to extend De'Aaron that year. To me, that was, again, I'm speculating on his thinking, but to me, an outsider's perspective, just looking at business, that's a sign you're my guy. You're my guy. You're their guy. Here is the biggest contract extension I can offer you with all of the all NBA, all of that stuff is built in for the Supermax. You're our guy. There is no speculation about it. I've been on the job a minute and a half. Here's the contract. I'm going to get to work in building this team around you. And I think there just got to a point where De'Aaron may have gone to Monty and said, "You're not building quick enough. My ankle hurts." Again, that is just speculation on my part. Looking at it from a business sense, though, I would have done it too.
He got it done. He got the job done. That damn ankle soreness was just too much to overlook.
Co-executive of the year, De'Aaron Fox.
Now, I just asked the question because I could see, and I think you feel the same way. Don't want to speak for you, but I think you do. I think there's arguments to both. Like if they were both on the same contract and you had to move on from what you said, it's not going to work. Who would you move on from? I understand the arguments about Tyrese Halliburton and trying to build around him. There's certain aspects that seem a little easier to build around him. But I've always believed that De'Aaron Fox is the better player. He's just better than Tyrese Halliburton. I think his ceiling as an individual player is a little higher than Tyrese Halliburton. And that's why if they were both equal contract-wise, I would have taken my chances with De'Aaron Fox too over Tyrese Halliburton. But you said that, and it just caught my attention that you thought always, like when you evaluated the roster, Monty evaluated the roster after, after Luke Walton, when it was going all bad with Luke Walton. He's like, all right, we got to change this roster. What assets do we have? Buddy, Halliburton, Marvin Bagley. Never looked at Fox as an asset.
I don't believe that he did.
Right?
No.
I agree. Just no, that's not an asset. That's the foundation. and now let's try to build things around him.
And let's also say too about Tyrese, part of a general manager, and this is the anyone can evaluate talent that you see, that you've seen. I just use the example of Tyrese and what he had done scoring wise here in Sacramento. Great general managers have to forecast. Like when Monty made that deal, he had to know, I'm just as I'm getting De'Aaron away from Tyrese, I'm getting Tyrese away from De'Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese could potentially be an explosive scorer.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't really shown that here, but he's shown a couple of times he could put the ball in the basket. We know what type of court vision he has. We know what type of distributor he is. We know what type of leader he is, what type of point guard he is, all of that stuff. But great general managers have to see into the future. And that's why so many of them, the turnover is so great, because you're literally asking someone to see into the future. You're asking someone to see something that's not there. And in both cases, in De'Aaron and Tyrese, I think you were looking for something that you hadn't seen.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of getting those two apart, putting De'Aaron with a player that complements him more, the thought process, I believe, will always have been he has the greater upside.
Mm-hmm.
Again, all things aren't equal because of the contracts.
Yeah.
But to your question, if they were, I still think the answer is the same.
Yeah.
I think De'Aaron Fox has the greater upside.
And to your point, as a GM seeing into the future and seeing things that we haven't necessarily seen, Monty and anybody else in that Kings organization had to be like, I think there's more to De'Aaron Fox. I think there's more to his game. I think there's more that you could get out of him than what we've seen. Remember, he was 5 years in to his NBA season. There's a lot of people who report on the league and cover the league and all this other stuff who talked about De'Aaron Fox as if he was a finished product. There was no way that he can get better. There's no other way. There's no more of a way that he could impact winning.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on Monte McNair and his brain trust, Wes Wilcox, all those guys, to say, you know what? I think there's more to what we've seen from De'Aaron Fox. Not even statistically, but as a leader, as a point guard, I think there's more to his game. And that's also what he was betting on when he did that. And that was a great job by him as well.
Yeah, and there's scenarios, unrealistic ones, where the idea of who to trade changes, right? Like if the Domas we knew was a potential was potentially going to be traded.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that. If Domas was Joel instead of Domas, if it's Joel Embiid in the way he plays, that situation, Tyrese may make more sense.
Right.
Like I could, like I still think De'Aaron's the better player, but now you're looking at constructing a team.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Joel was the guy. Well, maybe Tyrese makes more sense because we could run everything through Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And now we know they run everything through Domas. It's just Domas's, I don't think his first idea is to score. Joel, you're getting him the ball in the block. He's scoring. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he was the league's leading scorer.
Yeah.
That's what he could do. But that wasn't the structure of this team. That wasn't the structure of the market.
Mm-hmm.
And Monty did a brilliant job of evaluating all of those things, in my estimation. I'm sure he knew he was going to take a beating. Maybe not to the degree in which he did, but I'm sure he knew he was going to take a beating for that deal, and I'm sure his confidence never wavered in it.
Went from that to Executive of the Year.
Mm.
Think about, what was that, probably about 16 months ago, and the beating that he took.
He's the biggest idiot in history.
Making that trade. And now
malpractice. Call the league. Should the league have stepped in?
And now he's the best, awarded the best executive in the league this year. Wow. Now, I will say one thing. We talked about Rob Pelinka. I know we got to go, but it is kind of crazy. I think somebody in here said he got 11th place. Now, that is a little ridiculous. That is a little ridiculous. Like, let's just say he should have been 5th. I don't see 6 more executives that had a better season than Rob Pelinka.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up this list. I need.
That's
to
a little
list.
crazy if he really did finish 11th.
You know who else finished 11th? De'Aaron Fox finished 11th in MVP voting.
I saw that.
Wasn't even the highest King. We'll talk about it. We'll get to that. We want to talk more about the Kings. Of course, we want to dive into the game last night. What a fun start to that Lakers-Warriors series. We'll get into that as well. Knicks even things up with the Heat.
Let's go, New York.
Jimmy Butler memes everywhere. That was a fun watch as well. So we got a lot of NBA ahead. We'd love to hear from you as always, 916-909-1320. We are just getting started. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Tyler and Terrence, I understand what you're
Tyler.
saying.
That's
Look,
funny. Be careful, Tyler. If Ramsey's out there, there's all caps,
careful.
man. Be careful.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying he should win the award, but to finish 11th, come on, man. Off the top of my head, you got Cleveland's GM. You've got, I'll put not in any order. OKC's GM. The
Sam
Knicks
Presti
GM.
finished 12th.
See, come on, man. Who's finishing?
I know. I'm trying to find the list.
Finishing in front of these guys?
Here we go. Monty, Kobe Altman, Justin Zanuck in Utah.
Come on, man.
Calvin Booth.
The playoffs.
Calvin Booth in Denver.
Okay.
Brad Stevens received 2 first-place votes in Boston.
Okay. Chris Mannix made that first vote.
For sure. John Horst in Milwaukee. James Jones. Leon Rose.
Should have been a little higher.
Leon Rose received 2 second-place votes and 1 third-place vote.
Okay.
Zach Klayman of Memphis.
No, hell no.
Sean Marks in Brooklyn.
Come on, man. No.
Rob Pelinka, Sam Presti, Daryl Morey. David
so
Griffin.
He didn't finish 11th. Pelinka, was that 11th? Were you
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So. Wow. Nah, he should have been at least like 7 or 8. Utah don't need to be up there.
I don't know why Boston's. Well, I guess Boston. Well, okay, calm down. Boston. I guess the Malcolm Brogdon deal. What did Boston do? I guess the Joe Mazzulla hire.
Joe Mazzulla, Brogdon. They gave up nothing for Brogdon.
It's true.
They also went and got Gallinari.
What Denver do?
Or Blake Griffin too.
Denver. Blake Griffin. Denver got Bruce Brown. Got KCP.
Okay. All right.
I think that's it.
I feel like this is a 2-person conversation to me. It was Monty and it was Kobe Altman. And Kobe received
Leon
7
Rose
votes.
in there.
No.
Brunson, one of the biggest contributors in the league this season and now in the playoffs.
I feel like Mark Cuban gets the credit for that one.
His 2 second-place votes are fine.
I think Kobe Altman and Leon Rose are on the same page.
I disagree.
Kenny's East Coast bias always comes out.
They finished like 4 and 5.
Yeah, you mean did fine. I mean, if you want to put
on the same plane,
if you want to put him third, that's fine. But
that's
he
where
was going to win.
That's where it's not
going to win. I wouldn't put Justin Zanuck third.
Nah, man, that's the Memphis guy.
No, that's the Utah guy.
The Utah guy. Yeah, man, they did too much with the Utah situation, bro. Too much.
This executive of the year voting is pretty funny. Monte McNair received 16 first-place votes. Kobe Altman received 7 first-place votes, 7 second-place votes, and 7 third-place votes for a total score of 63. Monte McNair was 16 first-place votes, 5 second place, and 3 third place for a total score of 98.
So the way they calculate this, it would be pretty hard for this to happen. But in all these awards, the way they calculate it, you can receive the most first place votes and not win, right? If your total isn't high enough.
Sure.
It's kind of hard to do that, but
if I look right now, let's do math on the show.
No.
That's always fun.
No.
I'm gonna use a calculator if I can find it. So if we put all of those 7 place votes to second place, 42 plus, it'd have to be close. It'd have to be really close. because I just took all of
in the first place.
I took all of Kobe's third place votes and put him to second place, and it wasn't enough.
So the first place, and what I mean by that is first place votes. If it was like 10-8,
yeah, it'd have to be something like that. Yeah, it'd have to be something like that. Gotcha. And I'm sure that's happened before. I'm sure it's happened before. It's like the Electoral College. It's the Electoral College in the popular vote. Which is weird. Isn't that kind of weird? Shouldn't you only be voting for first place? Like, why do you have to do vote first, second, third?
Right. You just vote for who you vote for.
It feels like it's the Electoral College. Like they're weighing, like, I don't know.
Whoever, vote for who you vote for. Whoever has the most votes wins. Whoever has the second most gets second. It don't even matter if you get second or third. Like, nobody even cares.
In that situation, Monte McNair would have been first. Kobe Altman would have been second. Brad Stevens and John Hurst would have been tied for third because they both got
Who's John Hurst again?
Milwaukee. Two first place. They both got 2 first place votes.
And is this another situation where we penalize teams who are already good?
Like coaches? I don't think so. Denver's 4th, Boston's 5th, Milwaukee's 6th.
Yeah, but like
James Jones,
like we
7th.
Talk about with the coaches, like those guys can never win exactly.
Oh, probably. Yeah, probably. Like Monty isn't winning it again next year unless the team like goes to the finals and he acquires Joel Embiid.
Celtics went to the finals. when it went there last year, Brad Stevens had no shot of winning.
Yeah, I'd also argue they didn't really do anything to their roster. Like if
got 6th man of the year.
Well, and that's what we were talking about during the commercial break. It's a big deal. And hiring the coach, like that's an internal hire.
He's kind of under fire too.
A little bit.
Our boy Missoula, aka Jimmy Cozier,
he's
under fire, and I've been hearing some things. Not that he's gonna like be gone, but they're critical of him right now.
Well, be careful. Don't talk about Boston coaches under fire. It could mean something entirely different. Like let's calm down there.
Critical.
Yeah,
they're critical of little Jimmy Cozier.
You know that brother just got added to that staff like 3 years ago.
That's crazy. And
like 3 years ago,
and never coached an NBA game before. It was out there. Man, shout out to him.
He took that job with the Boston Celtics like 3 years ago, and now he's the head coach. Like Brad's like, no, I'm gonna go sit in the big chair. Gonna hire Ime Udoka. You're lead assistant on this staff with Ime Udoka. Got himself into trouble. Ime's fired. We don't want a big shakeup. You're already here. We believe in you. You're the head coach.
The other crazy thing about that
of the Boston freaking Celtics
as well is he probably like. If Will Hardy hadn't been hired, it probably would have been his job. So Missoula wasn't even no fault of his own. Like there's process to this. Like he wouldn't have been next in line.
Yeah, because Will was Ime's lead guy.
He did a hell of a job this year, man.
And Joe?
Joe. And I know he's coming under fire right now for some things, but it's number one, it's only 1-0 in the series.
You always come under fire when you lose a game. Like it's a.
I mean, like I told the homie last night. I mean, you have Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I don't know why we're running the flex offense down 1 with 10 seconds.
I understand that,
but just get them the ball.
That is my only issue with Joe Mazzulla too. Like he's done fine. There's no real problems with him, but for the love of all that, it is give the ball to Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown when there's 5 seconds left.
He's done it twice in the postseason.
Yeah, and again, when you lose, you're hypercritical of the individual. If Al Horford or Malcolm Brogdon or whoever had the ball there in the final had scored, it'd be nothing. Jordan Poole's shot goes in last night. Oh, what a gutsy shot from Jordan Poole.
Can't wait.
That strength in numbers. And it's a perfect segue to Davion Mitchell. Everybody had something to say about Davion Mitchell and particularly about Mike Brown going away from Davion Mitchell in Game 7. They didn't say it in Game 6, though.
No.
Wasn't nobody walking around downtown Sacramento looking up at the beam going, hey, man, that beam sure is pretty. Hey, anybody know why Davion played 8 minutes?
Right.
The difference was winning and losing. No one was hypercritical of the move that he made in Game 6 because they won. But because they lost in Game 7, and Steph scored 50, you're hypercritical of it. To me, it just looked like Mike was trying to rekindle what worked in Game 6, which caused the Golden State Warriors so many problems. And Shots didn't fall.
Which
Rebounds weren't grabbed.
Here's the other point to that, to compound on that. If he would have changed and put Davion in there and they would have lost, like, you just played a certain way in game 6 and 1.
Yeah.
Why did you go away from that?
Like Patrick saying, Steph didn't drop 50 in game 6. No, he didn't. But what if he did and the Kings still win? Like, we're not talking about it.
And even besides that,
we're not talking
they won
about it.
game 6. He had a certain rotation and played certain people a certain amount of time. It worked. They won. Why would you not lean towards that in game 7?
Also, Steph had 29 in game. Like, let's not act like Steph was trash in game number 6. But it's different when you win.
Mm-hmm.
It's all looked at differently when you win. And
I was just gonna say, and this is unpopular. Maybe I need to go back and watch the game again. In the watching the game, and you could tell me how you felt. I didn't feel like Steph is killing them. You have to get Terrence Davis off it. It wasn't that type of performance. It was just like, damn, Steph is cold. Like, he was hitting stuff off of switches. Like, screen and roll, he gets the switch, boom, he pulls up there. You know what I mean? Like, we've all seen it where, like, yo, this is blindfolding a cigarette. You got to get this guy off of player X. He's killing him. It didn't feel like that.
Get Buddy Hield off the floor because the Los Angeles Clippers are going at him
Right.
every single possession.
It didn't feel like that with Terrence Davis.
No.
It didn't feel like that. Once again.
And what was
I
Terrence being
watching
praised for in game 6? He hit shots, but I saw Warriors World lose their mind over the defensive player of the game pick.
Mm-hmm.
Who won that?
Mm-hmm.
Terrence won it.
Yeah.
And it was for the work that he was doing out there.
I would have liked to see Davion Mitchell out there more, but I understand why he wasn't.
So there's a lot of Davion questions here. Let's start with game 7, though. Why do you think Mike went away from him? Or I guess that's a game 6 and game 7 question. But Davion had been praised in the series for making life difficult. Again, not stopping. Can't stop. Just make life really difficult for Steph Curry. Why did Mike go away from him in the final 2 games? Particularly the game 7.
I feel like he went away from him because he felt like he was going to have to score to win that game.
Yeah.
And that's just not the strength of Davion Mitchell. Then you had a guy in Terrence Davis who, once again, also, Terrence had 9 points in the first half. So, like, that's another aspect to it. He was spacing the floor. I'm not saying he was on fire, but he was hitting shots. And so if he got 9 points in the first half and about probably 11 minutes of play off the top of my head. You're just going to be like, oh, I ain't playing him. I ain't playing him now in the second half. Oh, that'd be crazy talk. And once again, like, I think a lot of it is revisionist history. That Steph doing what he did was not the reason why they were losing the game. Right? It wasn't right. It wasn't, oh man, Steph is just killing. You've got to change this thing. It was like, yo, I need somebody to get a rebound. That's why they were losing the game.
We'll get to it. Just quick question for everyone. Raise your hand. Anyone feel better about what Kevon Looney did last night against the Lakers?
Yeah.
Anthony Davis, length, size.
I said, this dude.
That man had 20 plus rebounds again.
This dude would get 20 rebounds on Wilt and Bill Russell.
Mike said yesterday those rebounds were going to haunt them. Brother, rest easy. It might not have been you. It might have been Kevon Looney.
He's in a zone right now.
Man, that's crazy.
He is in a zone. But no, I thought about that too. I was like, damn. He's getting rebounds on everybody.
Did he say Kevon Looney just grabbed his 20th rebound? I sat back like, whoo. Y'all, if y'all don't go to Twitter and say, I'm sorry, Domantas Sabonis right now. Happy birthday, Domas, by the way.
It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Domas. For that. I got you. Tell me what to do. Happy birthday to our center, Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, but no, I had the same thought.
I was loving Kevon Looney last night. I was like, get another one. Get 30.
Well, I definitely didn't say that.
Bro,
You know,
okay.
You know I'm right. When you can play the clip,
No,
I don't care. I don't
well,
care this time.
So
You know I'm right.
I had this funny moment. My mom was here last night. She was like, hey, get 7 o'clock games on. I put the game on. And I'm doing some work on the computer. And I hear, oh, guys, what are we doing? And I look up and the Warriors had the ball. And they were like in transition. And I'm like looking at the TV like, wait, who are you rooting for? She goes, oh, I'm rooting for the Lakers. So my mom lives in the Bay Area, and she's from LA, spent most of her life here, lives in the Bay Area, has lived there for like the last 13 years. Really? You're rooting for the Lakers over the Warriors? She goes, I don't like the Warriors. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, okay.
Well, talk about Mama Bartley.
Like, you don't like the Warriors. And then she hit me with I don't like Steph.
Oh no, now that's a lot.
I was like, wait, really? Like everyone, like why don't you
I
like?
think that's the first person I've ever heard.
I was like, well, I got the answer. I was like, why don't you like Steph? And she goes, I don't know. I'm sure he's really nice. It's just, and it goes quiet, and then it shows Steph. I hate the way he chews on his mouthpiece. All right, Mom, I got you. I got you. It's all good. But yeah, my mom openly rooting for the Lakers in my house.
Yeah, that's not. I ain't gonna lie to you. You can go ahead and play that clip, play that drop, because
okay, Lake Show.
Absolutely.
Get my mom one of them shirts. Like, what the hell is going on here inside my house?
Absolutely.
Now, my mom is a Kings fan for the record, but listening to her openly root for the Lakers kind of, I don't know. It just kind of, I honestly think she grew to hate the Warriors after the Kings series. I don't think she always disliked the Warriors. I think she dislikes them now.
I've never really liked the Warriors, so there's that. Never really liked them. At least not like this incarnation of the Warriors.
Yeah.
Like I like the We Believe team. I like the We Believe team. You know, that was cool.
For those watching, it appears everyone felt better about Kevon Looney's performance last night after what we saw. Back to Davion. I'm kind of with you in the sense that I thought Mike went away from him because of the offensive stuff, because he wanted to rely on someone. He thought that he could rely on Terrence Davis, and Terrence hit 4 threes in game 7. He had a couple of other plays we're going to remember, unfortunately, but he was a big reason that they won game 6. And he was a reason that team was at least in a position to win for a while in game number 7. Of course, everything, ultimately went bad. It had little to do, in my estimation. Of course, if someone goes 50, you try to, how do you stop him? How do you slow him down? You've had the best defenders in the world guard Steph Curry before. Like, and I think the world of Davion and his defensive abilities. I don't believe Davion would have slowed Steph down. I just don't.
I don't think so either.
I saw Steph dribble around. I think there were 7 Kings on the floor, and he dribbled around all of them. At some point, I think he was doing it for fun. He might have dribbled around Mike Brown and Jay Triano at one point, and then just finished at the basket.
Yeah.
Like, that was just the night Steph was having.
That's what he was able to do. You know what I mean? And that's when you got to salute greatness. You got to salute greatness. And like I said, even to that point, it's Mike Brown said it. It's not why they were losing that game.
Yeah.
They were losing that game because the whole Warriors team was getting so many extra chance opportunities with what they were doing. It was backbreaking, giving them, like you always say, you would get the stop. You would get the stop and then not finish the possession and have to do it all over again.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Tyler says, our man Tyler Jennings says, the point is it couldn't have hurt to put Davion on him in the second half. No, it may not have, but that's in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
That's not in the moment. In the moment, you need baskets. And you like, Steph is eating you up, but what ultimately cost you was what Kevon Looney was doing. There was no substitution there that was going to help you.
Right.
And short, could it revision, again, looking back, could it have? Sure. Maybe it could have. But that wasn't going to stop Kevon Looney.
No,
That's the problem.
Look, I think
I don't know if Shaquille O'Neal would have stopped Kevon Looney.
I don't think so either. I think we both say, like, yeah, I would have liked to see more Davion Mitchell. Like, I don't disagree. That's not a bad assessment or anything like that. What we're saying is, I don't think that's why they lost that game. Like, if they would have been able to control the boards a little bit more, I think they would have been right there. It was a 6-point game with 10 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Like, it was not 20 all throughout the game. You were ahead at the half. You were down 6 with 10 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was a game that was there and that was winnable. I did a quick film study real quick, and Steph Curry had 20 made field goals on Sunday.
Okay.
Looks like 8 of them were on TD.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's a good number. Like, a good amount of shots that were made on him. He was the primary defender most of the time, so that's going to happen. But 8 of the 20 were on TD.
Okay. Do we think the number would have been lower if it was Davion?
Maybe 5.
Okay.
Like that. That's what we're talking about, right?
No,
it's not like Davion would have held him to 2.
But I think if you do more film study, probably not from game 7, maybe from game 4, is pull up Davion on the offensive end.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to your favorite stat. Davion didn't shoot nothing but open threes.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that. They let him.
Yeah.
They let Davion shoot open threes.
The other aspect to that as well is if Davion's on him, they're probably running more pick and roll and getting Davion off of Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the time Steph was kind of going one-on-one against Terrence because he felt like he could get by him if he's locked in the way he was on Sunday. If Davion, I'm telling you guys, if Davion is on there on the court as much as Terrence Davis was guarding Steph Curry, Davion would have done a great job guarding him, 94 feet and all this other stuff. I'm almost certain there would have been more pick and roll, and you would have seen Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray, Harrison Barnes switched off to Steph Curry because they are not. Nobody in this league is letting. I don't even care if it's Steph Curry. Nobody in this league is letting their player go one-on-one with Davion Mitchell. Like, it's not happening.
Yeah.
They're going to screen to get Davion off the ball because he is that dominant of a ball defender. So I think that's what would have happened, even if Davion was out there.
Monte McNair is speaking to the media right now. We will bring you sound from that as the day progresses. 916-909-1320. We got MB on the line. MB, what's happening?
How you fellas doing, man? I wanted to pick your guys' brain about something.
Okay.
Talking about Steph or whatnot. I was looking at the playoffs. I'm looking at the Lakers with AD. Nuggets got Jokic. All these guys got big men left. There's all big men. You got Embiid in there. The Kings considering getting a big man, especially like you guys said with all the boards that we lost to the Golden State Warriors, just being able to drive to the basket at will. Is that something you think the Kings are considering? I know there's not a lot of them out there, but just somebody to protect the rim.
Yeah, MB, that's an interesting question because Domas is, in fact, the big man. Mm-hmm. And one common conversation because of the way the season ended and those offensive rebounds that I think that's going to happen through this offseason is how do you pair Domas with a big like what MB is talking about right there? Obviously, we're not talking Joel or Jokic or those guys like that are available, but we're talking about like a more traditional big and Domas kind of being a 4. I'm not sure how likely that is. In fact, I don't think it's likely. I think the most likely scenario is someone in the backup position that's not Trey Lyles, and you continue to use Trey Lyles as a stretch 4, and you find a more prominent backup center.
And
Mason Plumlee, anybody? Our Lord and Savior.
Yeah, the same thing always comes about when you hear this thing is you're going to have to probably change the way you play. And I'm not willing to do that. I want this team offensively to be the same type of team they were this year. Space the floor, shooters everywhere, room for De'Aaron to operate, dribble handoff, whatever you need to do for Sabonis. I don't want to change that. I don't want to change that. And unless somebody can give me a good option that will allow you to play the same type of offense, and you can get a big guy in there that can protect the rim and be a physical presence, I don't want to change it.
And that also would move Keegan to the 3.
It'll move Keegan to the 3. And
Which
now
you're
moving
not.
on from Harrison.
You're not all
I'm
in
not.
yet.
I'm not all the way in. I'm on the fence. Like, I can be convinced.
Keegan at the 3.
Yeah, I can be convinced with the right combination, with the right 4-man that you bring in here. I can be convinced. But because earlier in the season, I was like, there's no way Keegan can play the 3. He just wasn't moving well enough on the defensive end. He didn't create anything offensively on his own. As the season wore on and he seemed to, go through that rookie year and get a little more comfortable, I saw more signs of life in that respect where possibly, I don't know if he'll be ready next year, but I could see a scenario where he is a 3 and can play that way. So I can be sold on that. I can be sold.
Feels
You
like
think
a
he can
lot.
play the 3?
Well, I was going to say, it feels like a lot hinders on that.
It depends
Or hinges on that.
Yeah, how you, and this is Monte McNair and everybody and Mike Brown, that coaching staff will see him every day, getting a feel for.
Do you think he could do it full time?
Mm-hmm.
Man, because if the answer is no, or if the answer is not yet, I would think that probably influences your approach with Harrison Barnes at least a little.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, because you can play
I mean, yes and no, though, because if they go get a guy like Cam Johnson, Keegan stays at the 4.
Yeah, no, that's a if. Like that's a big if for a restricted free agent.
Well, it could go. But what I was saying to that though is like, you can feel like you have to move on from Harrison and still just go get a replacement there and keep Keegan at the 4.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I got you.
You
can
be like, I don't know if Harrison's that guy. I know this guy's a restricted free agent.
But
Kelly Oubre is an unrestricted. Let's try and get by with him at the 3 and keep Keegan at the 4. Like you could say,
I see.
You could say Keegan's not ready for the 3, but we need to move on from Harrison.
Yeah.
But, and that's just one scenario. But to what you're saying, though,
there better be someone out there you like if that's the plan.
Yeah, to what you're saying, it does feel like they're intertwined.
Yeah.
Right? If you believe that Keegan can play the 3, you're more likely to find a replacement in that starting lineup at the 4.
Well, you also have more free agent flexibility if you believe that he can, because you may target a 4, but there's a 3 that you really like, or vice versa. And you feel like if you can land one of your, top 2 targets at either one of those positions, you filled the void of Harrison Barnes. And Harrison Barnes may be one of the top 2 targets at those positions for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels like a lot. It feels like what the Sacramento Kings, their approaches with Harrison Barnes may have a lot to do with, which I don't remember when this was popularized, but I really liked it. The 3-4 versus the 4-3. Yeah. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phones, we would love to hear from you. We'll talk a little bit more about the Sacramento Kings before we dive into the games last night, including Joel Embiid winning his first MVP. No, that doesn't have anything to do with the Sacramento Kings, but there were a couple of Kings on that list, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about Domas since we're talking about that center position. And we'll do that when D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm supporting Devin Booker. My Cocoa 5 is on the way.
Good stuff.
Orange flavored Cocoa 5.
Shout out to Book. They gonna need some help.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it.
How many more years does CP3 have on his contract there? You guys know?
I think didn't he just
2 or
sign an
3?
extension, like 3 or 4 years?
Oh, was it 3 or 4? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, two or three more. He's 38. Why did I type Phoenix Suns? Type Chris Paul.
Jeez.
Man.
It's rough in these
Chris
streets.
Paul. Chris Paul is due 30.8 next year. Partially guaranteed.
Jeez.
That's interesting. Partially guaranteed next year. The 24-25 year is $30 million, and it's non-guaranteed. It's fully guaranteed on June 28, 2024. It's before it's right around the time I think he turned 40. Because he turns 38, I think, Saturday. Oh, are they gonna cut? Is Chris Paul about to turn into a football player? He's got 15
a real contract.
He's
Not
got
real money.
$15.8 million guaranteed next year.
Damn.
And that last year, the 24-25 year, is non-guaranteed. Oh, that's tough. Don't cut. You can't cut Chris Paul like that.
Chris Paul, it's just amazing. It's just amazing in a bad way
Yeah.
that this always happens.
Terrible.
Man. I can't believe it.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
One day they're going to tell him to walk into coach's office with his playbook.
Chris Paul career earnings. Let's leave those last 2 years out because they're a little bit head scratching. 18 seasons. The most money he made in a single year was $41.3 million in the 2020-2021 season. 18 years career earnings for Chris Paul. Anyone want in on this?
I'm going to say 80 million. No, not 80 million. I'm thinking of one contract. I'm going to say 220 million.
Jesse?
210, I don't know.
You guys are horrible at this game. Anyone in the chat want in on this? Because you got to be better than these two knuckleheads. 41.3 is his highest year. 18 seasons. Fody's going 500.
18 seasons. That probably means
Jason
he's
Dillard's
had-
going 360.
at 18 seasons, he's probably had
650.
3 contracts.
236.
Probably 4 contracts.
I changed my answer to 315.
I'm going 325. He's had 4 contracts.
$354.8 million.
Wow.
Jason Dillard, the closest.
I should
Assuming
have
you
said
guys
1.
didn't cheat.
That's how you do it on The Price is Right.
It's their executive producer, best executive producer in the game right there.
We still made it on time.
We made it. We made it. We're playing career earnings during the commercial break with Chris Paul. And I mean, he's due. We didn't realize Chris Paul only has a partially guaranteed contract for next year. And his that final year is straight NFL money. If he can get cut before June 24th and he doesn't get the $30 million, and obviously he's a free agent at that point. He's 39 years old.
Wow.
Should he see the final 2 years out, and I don't know what turns the partially guaranteed contract next year of $15.8 million into $30 million, or if Phoenix chooses to exercise that final season, but that would have him, should he earn all of it, and it feels like that's a really big if right now, $415.6 million in career earnings for Chris Paul.
Wow.
And that would be 20 seasons worth of basketball right there.
Good for him. Good for Chris Paul. Big ups. Yeah, that's crazy.
What are you watching? I feel like you're
No.
feverishly taking notes over there.
I am taking notes because I did something. I was.
Are you
just thinking
scouting
about
for Coach
something.
Patrick again?
No, not yet. You know, I have been watching the EuroLeague playoffs. I got to get caught up on that.
Have you seen Sasha?
I didn't. He played today though,
Oh.
and I want to watch the whole playoffs.
Oh.
So I watched
Don't
all the way
spoil
back
it.
from like Tuesday.
Okay.
I saw Mikey James Mike James, not Mikey Williams. Mike James, formerly of the Suns. He was playing against another NBA guy. I can't remember, but Mike James' team lost. I think that was last Tuesday. I'm trying to get caught up. And Sasha plays today.
Sorry, I asked.
But I got distracted because there's another game on right now that I'm not going to speak about.
You distract easily.
Well, there's another game on that it's a live game. I'm not going to speak on it. It's not basketball. But what I was doing, though, because I've been thinking about this. Remember during the season, there was this like whole game changes in the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember that.
All that 120, 130, that's not going to work in the playoffs. It gets physical. Can you win a game 98, 97?
Remember how the first 2 games started too?
Well,
Kings are too physical. It's not fair.
Bro, they're saying that again already.
Kings too
after
physical.
One loss.
It's not fair. It's not,
After
it's not
one
fair
loss,
to the Warriors.
Dubs Nation is talking about, yo, you can't be just holding Steph all the time. All right. I told my man who I was talking, shout out to my man James. I told him, I said, look, man, it evens out because number one, I disagree. I think Steph Curry plays at any time. Like he's that dude.
Mm-hmm.
But this is why the old heads were always saying, if he played in our day, he wouldn't be doing all that. Because y'all cry every time there's some physicality on him. And that's what they would have done in the old days. It would have gave him a forearm shiver to the chest. They would have been holding and grabbing and all this other stuff. I disagree. He would have found a way to get it done anyway. I'm just telling you, when people would get upset because it said the old heads don't give him no respect, this is what they talk about. Every time it gets a little physical, they want to start crying about Steph Curry. Stop all that. But I also said it balances out because the Warriors set illegal screens every single time they set a screen.
They actually got called for one last night.
Surprise, surprise.
And
they get called for one every other game.
Somebody went ape stuff over it.
This guy.
He actually got called for a technical foul.
Well, that wasn't even on that play. He was on defense on that play.
But wasn't he screaming about the
he said
the
he
play?
Was getting there was a moving screen on him.
Oh, fantastic.
And I was fantastic. Like, I said, yo, you can't, ain't no Warrior player ever allowed to complain about a moving screen. Ever. They get called for one moving screen every other game.
And he kept yelling at the official.
Like an idiot.
That
Steve
was
Kerr
just
standing there like
restraint by the official to not throw him out.
It's funny because I knew he got a technical because he's arguing with the ref, right? He's arguing. And then the camera cuts away. And there's a guy who's sitting courtside, just a regular guy who's sitting courtside. And he's looking at everything go down. And this is, sorry for the radio, but this is visual. But he's looking, and then all of a sudden he goes, that's how I knew.
I feel like that was Steve Kerr's reaction. So
because everybody knew what was going to happen. They were sitting there. He's like,
you talk about Steve. You talk about Steve Kerr's reaction. I think Steve Kerr was content if Draymond just got thrown out. Like no one was stopping Draymond. It's just like, go ahead, like please. I feel like Steve all but looked at the official and said, please just throw his ass out. Just get him off of my bench and get him in the locker room.
Steve was like, bleep. Hey, did you hear him, ref? You hear what he said?
Ooh, Draymond's cussing.
He told him. But anyway, back to the whole
Draymond, go start your podcast early.
The originator of this whole argument and me taking notes. I was because remember playoffs more physical and they're not gonna be able to score as much.
Remember that.
I wanted to figure out how much scoring has been going on in these games.
Mm-hmm.
And I came up with
the Kings games or just playoff games?
All the playoff games. 24 times. We're barely in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
24 times a team has scored 120 plus points in these playoffs. From 119 to 115, I didn't even count that as like 120 plus points. That's its own separate category.
Mm-hmm.
13 times a team has scored 119 to 115 points. So 115 points or more have been scored a whopping 37 times in these playoffs.
So different.
Now, I will say this about that whole argument, right? It feels a little different how they get to it. I think about game 4 with the Kings and the Warriors. they were, what was it, 126, 123, or 125 or something, because Garrison would have won the game. That wasn't like a super free-flowing game. That was an intense, physical 120 on both sides.
Yeah.
Right? Like it wasn't like nobody wasn't playing no defense and they scored 120. So they got to that 120. Pace was up. That's probably what got them there. But there was a different level of physicality to these games. I understand that, but the point still remains the same. The Kings scored 120 plus in 3 of the 7 games. Games 1, games 4.
I can tell you.
Game 6, I think.
Got them at 126, 114, 97, 125, 116, 118, and 100.
So what was the number? Like I said in the playoffs, it's gonna go down by about 4 or 5. I said 116 or so, 115. No, they're not gonna get to that.
Yeah,
they're not gonna get to that.
Well, it
No,
was 6 points off the average. I think the average was like 121, 122.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I was like, yeah, they can get to their 115, 116. And they did that 3 times in one. I think they did that. What'd you say? That's a total of 5 times, I think they got to that number.
Yeah, I mean they 126 they got there in a win. They got to 114 in a win, 125 in a loss, 116 in a loss, 118 in a win.
They went 3-2, 115 or more.
Yeah,
114 or more.
Yeah, and it was the Harrison miss that they lost.
So that didn't. That's just one of the
yeah.
little quirky things I look at from time to time. I was just like, I wonder how many times the 120.
It's almost if none of that stuff is real. It's almost as if people if like something happened once, people are convinced that it happens in the playoffs all of the time. Now, I'll tell you whose opinion I do trust in this regard, and it's not J.J. Redick or Stephen A. Smith or even Richard Jefferson. It's De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox said, yeah, the game's more physical. And he didn't say it in the sense of the game's hard. They knock you around. You get hit hard. No, his next sentence, you can get away with a lot more in the playoffs. I guess it's good for us to know that moving forward.
Right.
You can get away with stuff in the playoffs, which, by the way, is bizarre. To the best of my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, you're the athlete. You're playing basketball in the regular season. I don't know what changes in the postseason. It's still basketball.
Right.
Call the game consistently the entire year.
Right.
But De'Aaron was like, yeah, you can get away with a lot more when you could get away with a lot more in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it doesn't appear that had anything to do with the officiating crew, because I think the officiating crew kept changing.
Right.
So it wasn't a single crew that was allowing them to be physical. It's postseason officiating that's allowing them to be more physical.
Referees are so embarrassing. They really are.
I just don't understand. I guess I just don't understand that.
I don't get it either.
If teams got more physical in the playoffs, okay, it's fine, I guess. A little more intensity, it's whatever. But you're officiating the game differently. You kind of miss me with that.
Yeah.
That's confusing to me. That's confusing. Joel Embiid won his first MVP, capping off an incredible 3-season stretch for Joel. Great reaction video posted by the Philadelphia 76ers of Joe's reaction to that. Obviously, it meant a lot to him. It meant a lot to his teammates. I read the story this morning about how he got a custom Rolex from James Harden, which I thought was a pretty dope gesture from James Harden, a former MVP. A couple of things stood out to me on the list.
Again, what James was wearing when they were watching.
Oh, yeah.
James is funny.
Yeah, James is funny. A couple of things stood out to me regarding one. Really happy for Joel Embiid, very deserving. Lost in the Giannis, Jokic is the fact that Joel has had an incredible stretch of basketball over the last 3 or 4 seasons, and to finally get rewarded for that in a year that he led the team in scoring. Took his team to the 3rd seed and had his best year as a professional player. Seeing that get rewarded is pretty awesome. But a couple of other things stood out to me on this MVP list.
And real quick, and it mattered to him.
Absolutely.
It mattered. It wasn't one of those things where it was like, oh, if I win or whatever. No, he wanted that accolade. And I remember last year, after they lost in the playoffs, I think it was, and Joel was on the podium and was talking about, like, what more do I have to do? I don't know if maybe it was after they lost, because I don't know if he would have been talking about that after elimination. But he, at one point during the playoffs, he's like, man, what more do I have to do? Maybe it was when he was named, when Jokic was named MVP. He's like, I don't know what more I have to do. Like, I'm doing everything I can. And Shaq and them kind of got on him a little bit, like, man, you worried about the wrong things or whatever. And I understood what they were saying.
Says the guy who still tells Steve Nash he's stolen MVP from him.
That's
like,
facts.
come on, man.
I understand what they're saying,
Don't
but
tell
I
people
mean,
what to care
I
about.
get, I like that he cares about that. He wants to be the best. And I think it's like naive and kind of ridiculous to think that because Joel wants to be the best individually, that he doesn't want to be the best as a team.
Mhm.
Like, he wants to be the best at everything. He wants to be on the best
Joe
team.
cried when Kawhi's shot went in.
Right.
Like, don't tell me that man doesn't care about winning.
He wants to be the best individually. He wants to be on the best team. Like, you can set multiple goals for yourself as a basketball player. So the fact that it has meant so much to him for so long, and him to finally achieve that goal and get that recognition, I loved seeing that. I thought it was dope.
And I'll say one just other quick thing. If I had won 2 MVPs in a row, and there was a hot debate about whether I was going to win my third, or Kenny was going to win one, or Jesse was going to win his first, and you knew it was down to the three of us. Everybody knew it was down to the three of us. The Odyssey announced it's down to the three of us. Someone comes to me and says, what do you think about the MVP announcement tomorrow? Nothing. That's kind of trash to me. It's kind of trash. I think at that point, that individual knew he wasn't winning, and so he completely diminished it. And I thought that was kind of trash. But that's just me. I know I'm known as the Jokic hater, and that's fine. I thought that was trash. There's a lot of things you could have said. Hey, I'm focused on this win. It's a great honor to be in the final three, whatever. I feel like other players would have been picked apart had they answered that question in a certain way, that exact same way. But not Jokic. So y'all can do whatever you want to with that. I just thought his response to that was absolute garbage.
One thing I'll say about Jokic in that respect, I don't know. I don't really know Jokic even like that as an individual, like his style. Like, don't have a good feel for it. I feel like in the middle of the season, he kind of got turned off by everything that was happening.
Probably.
And he was like, I don't even care about this anymore. Like, the way you guys are behaving. They remember with the JJ and Kendrick stuff and all that. Like, he's like, this is like,
I love Kendrick Perkins.
He's like, this is really dumb. Like, I don't care about none of this no more. You can have, like, if it means that much that you guys are doing this for me, you can have the award. I don't care about it no more. Like, I really don't. I could see him feeling that way, and maybe that came to his answer.
Maybe it did.
Because it got a little nasty. It got a little nasty. Like, Jokic is
well, most people aren't capable of carrying on a civilized conversation anymore. And JJ and Kendrick, as entertaining as it was, they lost their damn minds. Did you see Kenan Thompson impersonate Kendrick Perkins?
No.
Oh,
I saw Lil Rel impersonate Kendrick Perkins.
You saw what?
Lil Rel, he impersonated him.
Well, we're going to get some sound from Monte McNair here in a minute. I got to see if I can pull up sound of Kenan Thompson. That's his name, right? From SNL?
Yeah.
You've got to hear this. It's marvelous. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I'm going to avoid putting the video up just because I don't want to get us in any trouble. But here's Kenan Thompson. He sounds like
spot on.
sounds just like him.
Spot on.
Oh, the stream couldn't hear it. Oh, man,
that was radio exclusive right
that
there.
was a radio exclusive. Sorry, stream. We'll run it back for you. We'll run it back for a quick second. Hang on. We'll run it back.
Stephen A., with all due respect, Steph Curry is the worst player to ever play the game of basketball. I mean, sure, he scored 32 last game, but my man Luka got a 40-piece, and then he pulled down 8 biscuits and threw in some extra sauces. Okay? Your man Steph is too short. The boy needs a ladder to comb his own hair.
You know what gets me? It's the okay. That's the part that gets me, because that's what Perk does. Okay.
The cadence is perfect.
Oh, so good.
It's perfect. When he has he gets the little lisp and the short of breath, when not short of breath, but didn't take a breath and said 8 biscuits. And
okay. And it's like this close to a really aggressive Bill Cosby. It's like right there. It's just like a really angry.
He bodied that. Man.
It's a really angry Jell-O pudding commercial.
He bodied that. He did a great job.
Perk's funny, man.
Keenan low key.
Oh, he's
low key a legend.
He a legend for real.
And quiet legend.
Yeah.
You forget about how great, how long he's been on the scene and what he's done.
Been on SNL a long time.
Yes.
Got to start at Nickelodeon, Kenan and Kel.
All that.
Yeah.
All that, even before Kenan and Kel. This is all that. Once again, Davion wasn't outside for all that. He wasn't outside, bro.
You about to learn, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You about to learn. You about to learn. You always got something to say. You're gonna learn. Monte McNair spoke today. This courtesy of 1320 Kings insider James Ham. Monte McNair opening up his press conference today.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I think the last time we were together was post-trade deadline, so obviously a lot has happened.
Clearly, James is sitting next to Brendan.
At the time, we talked about the group that we had that we believed in. I think those guys, despite the ultimate end that was painful, did a lot to prove us right. A great run towards the playoffs, and then a hard-fought series against the Warriors. And I think right now we're seeing some of the recognition for that group from, I got a list here so I don't forget them all, but Domas and De'Aaron as all-stars, Keegan setting the rookie three-point record, unanimous coach of the year, congrats to him and his staff. Pacific Division champions, De'Aaron Clutch Player of the Year award, and of course the return to the playoffs for this city and organization was fantastic. A tough end always is when you make the playoffs, but proud of Coach Brown and his staff for what they did from day one up until Game 7 here. So fantastic run. We've talked, I think, since I came here about kind of a short-term goal of making the playoffs. I'm happy to finally have that box checked, but it also means now on to the next goal of building this thing into a long-term playoff team, win some rounds in the playoffs, and ultimately contend for a title like we talked. So the job's never done. We know we got work to do, but happy to take questions.
Well, we'll hit the pause button right there and go back to more from Monte McNair here in a couple of minutes. But man, it that's a long list of accolades. You talk about Keegan and you almost forget when you talk about all-stars and clutch player of the years. Of course, not shown in the video or acknowledged in the sound was moments before that. He was given the Executive of the Year trophy.
Yeah.
Which he left out of his, understandably, that's Monty's style, but he left it out of his synopsis of how the season went.
Yeah.
But that was a long list of accomplishments for this franchise.
Yeah. And you could take it a step further. I thought I saw somewhere, didn't the Stockton Kings, I can't remember. Is Paul Johnson the Stockton Kings GM? I thought he got Executive of the Year too, right?
He did.
Yeah. I mean, that's big time.
Yeah.
We ain't even got to All NBA yet.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna get 2 All NBA guys.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see if we get both of them. It feels like Domantas Sabonis, we mentioned this. There were a couple of things that surprised me about the MVP voting. Shea finished 5th, which I was – Tatum finished 4th, for those that didn't know. Tatum finished 4th. Shea finished 5th, which I was a little – I thought that was –
It's a little aggressive.
I thought it was excessive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Domas finished 6th, and De'Aaron was 11th.
Shea and Domas finished ahead of Donovan Mitchell.
I think you might have Donovan switch with Domas. I think Domas came 7th. Donovan Mitchell was 6th, if I remember it correctly.
Okay. I still would have put Donovan ahead of Shea. That's a little ambitious.
So wait, it was
because you got the top 3, then you said Tatum, and then
Tatum was
5 5 got to be Donovan.
I thought 5 was okay.
Maybe it's Shea, but
5 is Shea, 6 is Donovan, 7 is Domantas.
6 is Donovan. Okay.
Shea shouldn't have been ahead of Donovan.
No,
and Shea had an unbelievable season, but he shouldn't have been ahead of Donovan. That's a little excessive.
Domas got 1 4th place vote. And 24 5th place votes.
Well, good for Domas though, man. He had a hell of a season. I hate that the postseason happened the way it happened with how he performed, because that people are going overboard with the player he is, the type of impact he is. He had a below average series for himself, with somebody throwing a different look at him that he wasn't ready for. He's a hell of a ball player. And in this regular season, he absolutely was one of the, 10 to 12 most valuable players in the league. Domas had a hell of a season, man.
Is there an evolution in Sabonis's game?
There's going to have to be, I think. I think there's going to be some things he's going to have to work on for sure. He's going to have to be a better shooter.
Okay.
He's going to have, and that doesn't even have to mean being a 3-point shooter. But you got to hit that 15 to 17.
Talked about shooting with more confidence yesterday.
Yeah, and I would like him to. He was unsure of himself when he shot in the playoffs. I think the shots that he did make, he just relied on his muscle memory and his form, and it looked good. And I think that's going to be big for him this summer. I also want to see him work on some post moves on the block, work on maybe a spin with each pivot foot on each side, maybe a bit of a fake turnaround fall away, type move. Just keep adding to his bag. And this is the thing about sports. This is the thing about basketball. Nobody, especially a 26-year-old like Domantas Sabonis, but nobody should be finished with their bag. I remember Mike did it. Kobe talked about it often. Every offseason, I added something new. Every offseason. It could be a counter to something that I worked on the year before. It can be a completely new move or something else to go into my bag. But to sit here and think that any of these guys on the Kings, Domas, Fox, or whatever, are done adding to their game. If they are done adding to their game, that's a bad job. I don't believe they are at all. I think a lot of these, Kevin Huerter's the same way. They're going to go into the lab this summer and add new wrinkles to their game, and Domas is no different.
Okay. I want to stay with Domas for a minute, because he evolved this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there should be a lot of confidence to how his game can step up even more next year, though there are some numbers worth looking at, which we'll present to you when we return here. Plus, you'll hear more from the Executive of the Year, Monte McNair, with D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
There's this tea that Jasmine got. It's delicious. Not even really a big tea drinker, but man, it's good.
Okay.
I don't know the name, else I'd say it.
I saw Squints here.
Yeah.
Was he really?
He said baby's next week.
Speaking of Nick Cannon, who was speaking of Nick Cannon? What are y'all talking about in the chat? What?
Yesterday on Instagram, I think it was like embracing Black culture or somebody. One of the little things they were like, gun to your head. Name 2 Nick Cannon songs. In the comments, everybody in the comments was like, "Well, you guys keep all your comments to 2 minutes at my funeral."
I used to
Make
play
sure I'm
one
in
of
a
them. I
good
can't.
white suit.
What was that rap?
Gigolo's the only one I could come up with.
Because I'm a gigolo. Yeah, that's the one.
I could only come up with one.
That's the one.
I love y'all, man.
Damn shame what happened to Kenny. What happened? Couldn't name 2 Nick Cannon songs.
Damn shame. Damn shame. I'm just so curious of the context of, speaking of Nick Cannon, the hell are y'all doing in here? T-Lo favorite quarterback just got his buddy back. Who's that? Who is my favorite quarterback? Who? I don't know. Who help me out, Alex. What I miss?
They're saying Randall Cobb going to the Jets.
Oh, you meant the funny. Ha. Got you. Yeah, got you. Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Yeah, no, Gigolo was a smash for sure. Yeah, it was a hit.
Well,
that was a hit.
I mean,
who else was on that record? Someone else was on the record.
Yeah. Well, the reason why it was a smash is because
Jesus. Oh man. Oh no.
That's the reason why it was a smash, because somebody wrote it, and there's a reason we haven't heard that song.
That's right. Yeah, forgot. I'm gonna look up, see if I actually know any other Nick Cannon
I think that
records.
was the time when he came. He had Gigolo and Hotel on the airwaves. Did you guys play Hotel?
Hotel might be the song that I'm actually thinking of, and not Gigolo.
No, you sang Gigolo. You're thinking of Gigolo. Hotel's a different song.
No, I know. Jesse, I wasn't ready.
You were thinking Gigolo.
No, where's Hotel?
That's Cassidy and
that's right. Cassidy.
I ain't gonna sing it. I ain't gonna sing it. Not on the airwaves.
You sing it, I gotta dump it.
Oh my gosh, this was a Jesse. You don't know it was a smash. What is the sound?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey.
That was
that
was a smash. Y'all played Hotel, right?
Oh yeah.
Y'all played Gigolo? I didn't think y'all played Gigolo.
Yeah. Gigolo might have been one of those day parted records where it only played at a certain time of day. But yeah, we played both of them. Hotel was the record I was thinking
Hotel
of.
Was that
was a smash. Cassidy and Nick Cannon and all that. That was the song I was thinking of.
That was a smash. But that's not Nick Cannon. Can't name 2 Nick Cannon songs.
No,
nope. People in the chat can't do it either. They talking about Gigolo and Drumline. That was a movie he was in.
The chat be having like these wild conversations where like Warren just out of nowhere said, speaking of Nick Cannon, I was like, who the hell was talking about Nick Cannon?
Bro, Alex talking about R. Kelly rocking the Domas face mask. Yo, the guy had the face mask in every color. Oh, God.
Don't.
Oh my gosh, bro.
He did a record, man. I don't know none of these songs.
I don't know Trista's song.
I don't know none of these records.
That sounds like Trista's song.
Well, I mean, yeah, sounded exactly the same.
I think we got a lawsuit on our hands.
Boy, Trista.
This is a young fizzle.
Oh man, Trista cutting records with Nick Cannon. This is wild. Yeah, I don't know 2 Nick Cannon songs.
Yeah, man, it's tough.
This dude got the same number of records on his compilation album that he does kids.
Oh, well, he's got a lot of songs. That's impressive.
You know what the crazy part about that dude is? He's really talented.
He's really talented. He's really rich. He probably doesn't get the flowers he deserves.
Really rich.
he doesn't get the flowers he deserves for being in the game as long as he had. We talk about Keenan. Nick was like 12 years old. Was on Nickelodeon.
I remember he was at one of the Cinco de Mayo events. He was at the same one Rihanna was at. He was
we got to bring it back.
He was inappropriate. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I do not think she does Discovery Park concerts anymore.
Yeah, Nick Cannon. What'd you say about him? He said he was
inappropriate. He's very it's no wonder
like
he has
his music or his performances or
him.
just
him
walking around backstage.
Yeah, just him. Yeah, just him. I mean, not like harsh or like not like he's not a jerk.
Right.
He's just like, hey, he come over, he sit down with you. Oh, what's up, bro? Yeah, you know, talking. Hey, fun interview. Yeah, and then he would say stuff about his plans.
Oh man, about what's going on after that.
Yes.
Oh,
yes, and it's like, yo, that's okay. In hindsight, that's why you got 12 kids.
San Diego's finest.
Yeah, man. He's
mean streets of San Diego. Really, the mean streets. San
met
Diego
him.
does have a ghetto.
Interviewed, hung out a couple times. Cool dude. Just inappropriate.
Yeah.
Had a one-track mind even then.
Nick Cannon career though, man. I'm saying, like, man, he did his stuff on Nickelodeon. He did Drumline.
Mm-hmm.
Love Don't Cost a Thing.
Mm-hmm.
Wildin' Out. And Masked Singer is massive.
Oh yeah,
that's
huge.
Massive.
Yeah. He crossed over.
Yeah.
He crossed over, man.
Shout out Jenny McCarthy. Shout out Nicole Scherzinger.
She was a Pussycat doll, wasn't she?
She was.
Yeah.
She's the only one.
I got a horrible picture with me and the Pussycat dolls. It's terrible.
Oh, no,
it's a terrible.
It's got to go on Instagram.
It can't go on Instagram.
You just put it on your stories.
See,
you don't have to.
Yeah. This was so the KSFM era. I didn't understand skincare. Okay. My skin was oily, and I look back like I got a picture of Rihanna. The only person I showed the picture of Rihanna to was Sean Cunningham. Sean was like, "I'd still post it." No, can't do it.
Were you shaving with a razor? Can you shave with a razor? You might be able to. I can't.
No, it's just like skin. Like I had the skin of like a teenager for like 15 years.
In that era, that's when Proactive was big.
Proactive is still in my house. I'll pay. Like, I understand there are just certain things that you have to pay for.
Yeah,
I will pay for high-end skincare.
Well, when I say Proactive was big, like you would see the commercials. I don't see commercials for Proactive anymore.
No.
It's all good though. Those are good times, man.
916-909-1320. Those times might not be over. Let's get TC in here. TC. Oh, okay. TC been holding this in for a week and a half. TC, we're gonna let you rock, man. I know you've been waiting. I know you've been waiting, TC. Go ahead, bro.
What's up with my two brothers though? First,
what's up, big dog?
Hey, look, check it out. It's good. Hey, you right, D-Lo. I kind of been falling back. I just want to ask you a true question, Kenny. Kind of you too, D-Lo. So, is this a Super Bowl or bust year for the Niners and Shanahan?
What you mean Super Bowl? Like, if they don't make the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl, Shanahan gets fired?
Yes.
No, sir. No, it's not. Why would that be the case?
This is my favorite gimmick. I love TC so much.
Why would that be the case, TC?
Why wouldn't it be the case?
Because he just went to 2 NFC championship games.
Him or the team?
No, it's not a championship or bust season for Kyle Shanahan.
TC.
Absolutely not.
TC has been waiting. He's probably sweating like you wouldn't believe. He has been waiting to call in and say something about the San Francisco 49ers.
The crazy thing about that is they might not even be playing with QB1 next year. And you want them to win a Super Bowl.
So I ignored the headlines also. But you got to be careful with push notifications. Because I'm sure you saw the Sam Darnold push notification.
No, I didn't.
Oh, Oh, this is a belief Sam Darnold could start week 1. That was the push
I heard that all
notification.
last week. It was
Now,
something
when you
people always starting stuff, man.
when you read it, it's read like rival executives say. It's like, what the hell do they know about the 49ers thinking? Stop this.
Nah, man. Nah. He's not like
Who
Trey.
ya-
I can't express to you your Redfin password. It's not coming for any Mike. Well,
No, it's TC trying to give it
oh
to.
yeah, he absolutely is. I was about to say it's not happening for any of my coaches, but well, there's some people on what's the 3rd and King that there's a lot of Redfin passwords going on around there.
Okay.
Them Giants.
Mm.
Trying to do a little something today, but that's neither here nor there. But all my coaches are good right now.
Can I say something to
all
you?
my coaches and general managers are good right now.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah.
And just in case Danny in San Francisco is listening,
Yeah.
if there's someone who's a big enough Giants fan to know that they're playing at 1:24 on a Wednesday, they're either listening or they're not interested in listening. This whole don't mention it because they're playing. That's what we were told when we started. Don't mention it when we were playing, bruh. It's not like someone goes, "Oh, thank God, D'Lo and KC reminded me the Giants were on."
That's what I was
I'm gonna
taught.
flip to KNBR. Like, no.
That's what I was taught in this game. You know what I'm saying? So I was taught. Giants 1 out away from winning right away.
Okay.
4-2 in the bottom
That's
nine.
great. It's 124. They're about to win a baseball game. That's a win.
Great. We just lost 30 listeners.
Just
right now.
great. Look, there goes the audience. Got to tune in to hear the Giants win game number 30 of the season.
Oh, 30. 30?
No, not for the 30th time. I meant the 30th total game.
I don't know when we're going to see 30. I don't know when that's going to happen. They're not that far back. I think they're like 4 games in front.
Let's go back to Monty.
Okay.
And then I want to talk more about Domantas Sabonis. But here's some more from Monte McNair's press conference today, the beginning of the question and answer.
Yeah, Monty, first of all, congratulations on Executive of the Year. Secondly, you've built a staff here, you've built a culture here over your 3 years. How good does it feel to actually see it work out? I mean, when you take a job like this that many had filled in before, it's not a sure thing, but you guys really turned the corner here. And where's your sweater vest?
We were just talking about that on the way over. My signature vest it was lucky for parts, but it's in the wash right now. So, but yeah, no. First of all, thanks to Vivek for just his faith in me and my group, and we got the group back there who I've mentioned many times, but Wes, Phil, Paul. Alvin, on and on down through our front office. A lot of work, but that went into it. But those guys do a ton. But I think, we always have, I think the faith that in the decisions we're making, that we think it will work out. We're putting ourselves in a good position, but it's always nice to have the validation. We got a lot of that this year. We know there's more to go, but it's certainly nice to see the results, manifest on the floor.
Monte McNair right there. Of course, that was our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, talking about the infrastructure that he has in place now and moving forward. We will bring more of Monte McNair's press conference to you as that becomes available. And James Ham will be with us here today. Forgot to mention that, but James will be with us. We were talking about Domantas Sabonis a few moments ago, finished 7th in MVP voting. We were talking about how he could evolve, how he could grow as a basketball player moving forward. And I said there was a stat that I think is worth pointing out. Domas's career average in assists is 4.2. This is career average, 4.2. He averaged 7.3 this year.
Wow.
So clearly there is some growth there for Domantas Sabonis. He's been in the area of 5 and 6 many, many times. In fact, when you talk about growth in his game, he's been a 19 and 12 guy for about 4 years now. And he's been an all-star 3 of those times. It's crazy that Domas doesn't get more recognition for how good of a basketball player he is. I mean, again, we're talking a 4-year stretch now of being a very consistent, roughly 19 and 12 guy, and having in those 4 years 3 all-star accolades. He is a very high quality player in this league. But to see that number, especially the career number, not as so much over the year-over-year number. The year-over-year number is definitely that 7.3 is higher. But seeing 7.3 assists over a career average of 4.2 in his first full year with this team, and you believe that although there's probably changes coming to the roster, that the core, or as we say here, the core of that's a throwback for those who have been with us a while.
Like half the people that were in the core ain't here no more.
Man, really throws that whole core thing into the trash, doesn't it? But it's a year in of playing with these guys for the first time, and I feel he, 19 and 12 guy, 19-point guy, in which it felt like he was at best moderately aggressive.
Yeah.
On the offensive end?
Yeah. There were times when we would say, yo, you only got 9 shots tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we need you to shoot more.
And there are times where he'd finish a game 7 of 9 and still would be in that 18, 19 point range because he would get to the foul line. And then, of course, there were times that he wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like he's not an aggressive offensive guy.
Right.
And I don't know if that's something Mike Brown would want him to change. I don't know if that's something Domantas Sabonis would want to change or Monte McNair would want him to change. I don't know if that's the perfect footnote about Domas to this offense, that the perfect character trait of Domantas Sabonis for this offense. But it feels like there's probably more room on the offensive end for Domas.
Yeah, I do think that you can, if he works on his game, which I know he will, and gets better at certain aspects, mainly, you talk about the shooting aspect. I want him to get him some post moves. I want him to work on that, but you can't fix everything in one summer. So if you get to a point where you can, knock down that 15 to 17 footer consistently, make people pay for that. Remember, we talked about Chris Webber's first playoff with the Kings, and how that was a bit of a struggle. As you can see in the seasons after that, he improved that shot. He got better at that shot, that mid-range shot, and was able to knock that down. I think that's something that can happen for Domas. But if you look at him being the player that he is and continuing to progress, yeah, man, like he's gonna. The first thing I would do would work on that 15-footer and be comfortable, be ready to shoot that off the pick and pop. If somebody tries that same thing that the Warriors tried, be able to dribble in, knock down that shot from 15 feet away. And I don't talk like how I would teach him is I wouldn't teach the Rashawn push shot. That's not what I would want him to do. I want him like a comfortable jump shot to step into the shot and shoot it like a 15-foot jump shot. And that's what he would, if I was him, that's what I would work on all summer. And, I'd sprinkle in different stuff like handles and post moves, but no doubt every day I'm working on that 15 to 17-foot jump shot from the elbows, from the top of the key and the other elbow.
I think it was Deuce that first brought the Chris Webber.
Mm-hmm. That's where I saw it, yeah.
14.8, 9.4, 4.0 assists. The next year, 24.4, 9.6, and 5.4.
These are playoff numbers.
These are just playoff numbers. Yeah, just playoff numbers. Yeah. And that's series to series. In 2000, they just had the one series.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one series to one series. 14.8 to 24.4 the next year in scoring.
Yep.
Rebounds about the same, assist up, but a huge jump in scoring.
And he's, Domas is going to get better. I maybe being away from it now a little bit more because I don't even know. Because at the time he wasn't playing good. He wasn't playing a good series offensively or defensively. He struggled. in this series. But I always talk about it. I said it the one time we were talking about, I think before Game 6. It's like it's hard to compare Domas to Looney. Domas has 3 or 4 responsibilities that he's got to cover for this team to win. And somebody like Looney, no shade to him, he's excelling at his role, but his role consists of 2 things max. Put all your energy into those 2 things, and you'll be good. And there's different levels to this thing, man. So for people to sit up there and see Domas and say, he got exposed or we knew he was never really that good, or no, that's not the case. They saw a weakness in his game, they exploited it, and they were able to prey on that. All right, he's gonna go get better. He's gonna see the same weakness and try to improve at that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the progression of a player. It's the progression of an individual in this league. So yeah, I just thought everybody kind of went overboard with Domas. I had somebody asking me, granted they weren't Kings fans or anything else like that, but they're like, so you guys still gonna pay Sabonis, right? Like, as a question, like, this ain't even a question. Absolutely. When the time comes up for him to get his money, he's gonna get whatever the max is or whatever. Give him let's keep this thing going. Yes.
You was talking to Bonte Hill yesterday, huh?
I wasn't talking to Bonte. That's the other crazy thing about
Bonte hit me with that in Game 7. I was like, wait, are you being serious? Oh, like, he here. You're not going to overreact to, like, I mean, let's also be clear. Man, 16, 11, and 5.
Right. That's a
16, 11, and
horrible
5.
series for him.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. There's levels to this whole thing. That's a horrible series when he's putting up 16, 11, and 5.
Yeah.
As your number 2 option.
We should tell the whole story. Finished at 49% shooting. That's what people will call to. Also,
wasn't good.
57% from the foul line.
Wasn't good.
Not acceptable.
Get back in the lab. Get better at it.
Yeah, not acceptable. I love the Chris Webber, Domantas Sabonis comps, though. I think the growth potential is absolutely there for Domantas Sabonis. I think a lot of it may hinder on his, or a lot of it, I don't know why I keep saying the word hinder. A lot of it may hinge on his ability to be more aggressive on the offensive end.
Yeah.
Or perhaps his desire, Mike Brown's desire, the flow of the offense's desire for him to be more aggressive on the offensive end. Because you got to believe, if we're talking about aggression on that side of the ball, De'Aaron going to do what he does. That might actually ramp up too. But probably the biggest thing is, and maybe this is unfair to him, I think Keegan's going to be better offensively next year.
I think so too. I would expect him to be better offensively.
And that's a whole that opens up a whole other, conversation about this team. And that's not even factoring in what happens with Harrison or that position or the flux of the 3 and the 4, or the 4 and the 3, depending on how, all things shake out with these guys. But one thing that I definitely feel like over the last couple of days, especially after the series, is that Trey Lyles is going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings for the upcoming years.
I sure hope so. He's a really good piece to this team and what they're trying to do, and I really do hope so. There's going to be low-key a lot of change on this roster.
Yeah, or potentially. Potentially. Terrence was a part of what they did. I don't know where Terrence ranks on the priority list. I mean, Terrence got a lot of DMPs this year.
You look at this roster.
Alex Lynn had a final stretch of a really good final stretch of the season.
Yeah. I wouldn't be against bringing Alex Lynn back for a certain price, mainly because I think Alex Lynn, James has said it. Now, he's a competitor. He's a professional. He wants to be out there. But if you said, Alex, we're bringing you back, and it might be the same situation as last year. Break glass in the case of emergency. You may not play for 65 straight games.
Uh-huh.
I think Alex would be like, all right, okay. Just like being here.
So, okay, I'm with you. In that scenario, though, what happens to Kata?
Kata could still be on the roster like Rashawn Holmes was on the roster.
Do you want that? You don't want to see Kata play? You don't? Or do you think Kata's not going to be that guy?
What you mean by that guy?
A player, an NBA player.
Like a rotational guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it happening. We're best case scenario, and he's your backup center. You got Trey Lyles playing the 4, and we'll talk about it later. Maybe you got somebody else as your backup 3, and you got your backup 2 and your 1. That's your 10-man rotation, 9 to 10-man rotation. So Kata's involved in that.
Okay. And so Alex Lynn is just 11th man.
I think
I'm fine with that. Yeah,
Alex
that's
Lynn the
fine.
same thing. Hey,
That's fine.
You're here. If injury happens or matchups happen, we'd love to have you. But, we want to offer you this deal, knowing that this could be your role here. I think he'd take it.
It feels like Kata does help a lot of the issues in theory, but we saw, and I never got to ask the post coaches this question, the bigs. In theory, he helps those problems, but in actuality, in practice, like Kata got his hands on when he played. He was getting his hands on the ball.
Yeah,
he just wasn't grabbing it.
He's got to be a better rebounder.
Like he couldn't. He could touch the ball. He could hit the ball. He just couldn't seem to grab it. And I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what that means. I don't know how you correct it. But it showed like, okay, there's something like he has, just the fact that you're there. Okay, that shows something. Now we've just got to, fine tune this thing and grab that freaking ball. You're going to be the biggest dude on the floor.
Got to rebound.
In most cases.
Yeah, you got to rebound. If he can figure out whatever the case is with that and be able to do that, I doubt he plays in the summer. But if he's able to do that, in training camp and going into things, now we got action.
Yeah.
But you got to be able to rebound the ball, big fella.
It does feel like that second unit's going to see a lot of changes. Yeah. The second unit and beyond.
I think Davion and Monk and Lyle stay, but we talk about people who are gone. Holmes will be gone, who wasn't in the second unit, but still, Holmes will be gone. Alex Lynn will be gone. Deli will be gone. TD might be gone. Harrison might be gone. I just named off 4 or 5 guys.
I mean, Holmes might be gone. It's might. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Holmes is gone.
I think they will. James said it the other day, and I agree. They'll do whatever they can to move him, just out of respect to him. They know he's not involved in the future of this team. He's not going to play, and I don't think they don't want to do that to him for another year. Where, hey, you're just not playing. I honestly think they might take a lesser deal just to do right by him.
Okay. Because that's tough though.
I know.
Because I understand wanting to do right by Rashawn, but it's like your biggest contract you have left. Like that's feasible to trade. I don't know that you could just let the 11 or what was it, 14 million or whatever it was. I just don't think you can let it go.
So you think there's a possibility they come into the season with Rashawn?
Yeah,
because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like, you're trying to make the best basketball move, period, all throughout the offseason. But now you get to late August and one hasn't materialized, and you're like, yo, I can't. In my head, maybe they're thinking we can't bring Rashawn back like that. That's messed up. But you're right. Maybe they say, hey, this is professional basketball. Like, we got to do what's best for the team. And letting you walk for Luol Deng's contract just because we want you to be somewhere, that's not good business for us. We can't do that. So I understand what you're saying on that one.
It's just the amount of the contract is tough to let go. But I can't help but I'm just stuck on what the Kings signed him for, right? And believing that there was a market out there for him with Charlotte and Toronto and a handful of other teams who just went in completely different directions. When Rashawn, at the very least, appeared to be affordable, they didn't do it. That's what I get. That's what I get stuck on. So, maybe your scenario is more likely than my scenario of let's do right by Rashawn, no matter what it is. Let's let him rock somewhere first, because you might not be able to execute that contract in any sort of trade.
Wow.
Though I still believe, call me whatever you want to, still think Rashawn can play. Maybe it doesn't work here, but Rashawn can play basketball.
Absolutely. Two guys we forgot real quick, Keon Ellis and Kessler Edwards. They might be part of something too.
Yeah, part of this team moving forward. Let's come back. We haven't talked a lot about game one last night between the Lakers and the Warriors. We'll dive into that. What's up tonight? Knicks even the series as well. We'll stay in the NBA. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. James Ham coming up. More Monte McNair on the way. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. Sacramento sports leader here, ESPN 1320.
So I'm watching EuroLeague right now. And somebody help me out. Don't tell me no spoilers. That this is single elimination in the playoffs. Does anybody know? I think it is single elimination. But I'm watching, and I think Real Madrid is the home team. And it's a very, very festive. It's festive. It's great. It looks a little like, any playoff game that you would think of, right? But something's kind of throwing me off because one of the things that they have are flags. And like, I know they're flags. I know, that it's just festive. But when you peek down, it's like, damn, that looks a lot like something else. And I don't know if I'd feel comfortable. Let me show Damien. I ain't gonna put it on here. What does this look like this in the crowd?
Oh no! Oh my God!
They're flags. But what is it?
Oh, that's terrible! Oh my God, that's awful! That is terrible!
I gotta show Jesse, man. Jesse, what it look like in the crowd, man?
Oh, that is terrible.
You can't. You got to fix that. You got to fix that.
Yeah. Hey, wave the flags around. Let me make sure they're flags.
I was looking. I was like, wait a minute.
The flags are just like they're just like laying, right? Just like the winds. They're just laying, but they're all white. So they're pointed at the top and just draping down. Oh, that looks terrible.
No, hold on, man.
That looks terrible. Just on principle, I can't watch. Wow.
I ain't gonna lie, that was wild. That was a wild visual.
That is crazy.
Oh, man. That's all bad, man. Oh, Dr. David.
Oh, jeez.
Let me get my little drink real quick.
Dr. David, you wild. Y'all know what it is. Where the hood at? Man, that was a wild visual. Holy crap. Oh, man. Where the hood at? Ooda. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Again, James Ham will be with us at about the top of the 3 o'clock hours. Get back to these phone lines. Love hearing from you. 916-909-1320. Buddha, what's good, baby?
What's up, family? How y'all doing today, man?
We good, big dog. What's up with you, baby?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. Still alive. You know how that go.
No doubt.
I hear you.
But,
Delaware, stand up.
Yeah, I ain't talked to y'all since I said Kings and Foes, man.
That's all right.
Life changed a whole lot since then, huh?
You meant next year. That's all right. Kings and Foe next year. We got them.
Right, let's get it together, though. So I was wondering, like, what you guys think? Because free agency coming up, and we got a little money to spend because we could either give it to Harrison Barnes, but I think we should go a different way. I think we should sign. How you think about a guy like Kelly Oubre? Because I would say a guy like Kelly Oubre because he like super athletic. We ain't got nobody on our team that can really like guard.
You mean Kelly Oubre?
Oh yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Okay, I was like Kelly Olynyk, super athletic. Wait a minute.
And then he said somebody that can guard. I said, wait a minute now.
Okay, Kelly Oubre. I got
Kelly
you.
Oubre, yeah.
I'm sorry about that. But
No,
yeah,
you good.
You got the same splits as like Kobe for real. Like, because people would say like he's not a great shooter, but Kobe wasn't really a great shooter, but he could get his in the paint. He can dunk on people, play defense, and like if you look at the numbers, it's a lot of stuff that it's like resembles. So yeah.
I like Kelly.
Kelly Olynyk's cutting this call. He said, "Hey, hey, Buddha said I was super athletic. I could guard. Let's go."
Sending it to his agent.
Sending it to. I like Kelly Oubre, man.
Too.
He's
a wild card.
He's
a wild card to say the least.
He's just an interesting dude. Like I don't know what to say. He's an interesting dude. He could play. Y'all like Kelly Oubre? Okay. How much do you like Kelly Oubre? Because that's what a lot of this stuff will boil down to. And the greater question is probably, do you like Kelly Oubre more than you like Harrison Barnes?
That's interesting. Oh man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oubre's he's tempting to me. I think
I get it.
I think him and Fox have a relationship in some way. Like I think they played AAU ball. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of another forward, but I thought him and Fox knew each other and had played in the past somewhere. But Oubre's on the list. I'll say that. He's on the list for sure.
28 years old, or will be 28 years old. Had a big scoring output, but he was in Charlotte just this past season. But he's always been a, 15, 16, 17, point scorer. Has been for a while. Really started paying attention to him in Washington. I was actually surprised Washington let him go.
Yeah.
They seem to really like him.
He's bounced around,
but he's a
wild card.
He's a different dude, and I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
Like I think that's part of it. But he's a solid ball player.
I like Kelly Oubre.
But can I say one more thing? Because I think there's a difference now, though, and I know Kings fans are super sensitive to this, and rightfully so. You talk about culture building, right? Like, okay, well, good. Here's something that hasn't been said in nearly 2 decades. The culture's built. It's here because Mike is here, De'Aaron is here, Domas is here. The culture's built. No Kelly Oubre is going to come in and mess that up. No, and I don't think Kelly Oubre is the type to mess up a locker room either. I don't mean that. The point was, no one is coming in higher than those individuals.
Right.
And because of that, you can't wreck the culture.
Right. And it really feels like if you come in and you are even looking like you're going to wreck the culture, they'll move on from you real quick.
And I again, I know this is new for everybody, but I think De'Aaron, I take that back because I don't think it's De'Aaron's style. I think Malik can pull someone aside in training camp next year and go, "Hey, Brody, that's not how we do things here." and I know this all sounds weird because we're still talking about the Sacramento Kings, but the culture is established, and you have leaders in De'Aaron and Domas and all that, but you also have guys like Malik Monk who will absolutely hold you accountable.
Mhm.
And I can see Malik pulling a free agent aside who might have do a few things in training camp or have a few things to say. Bruh, we don't do that.
Yeah.
That's not what we do.
Yeah.
We brought you here. You're fitting in with us. We're not fitting in with you.
Yeah.
That sounds like a LeBron James tweet right there, boy. Someone
LeBron,
clip this and send this to the King. That could be his next.
It's coming up. He's going to say that after he eliminates the Warriors.
Draymond Green shade from LeBron James.
I mean, the more I sit over here and think about Kelly Oubre, the more I like the idea of having him here. I do. The Tsunami Poppy.
So you like him more than Harrison? Because there's no Harrison and Oubre situation, right?
I think I do like him more than Harrison.
Really?
I think I do. I think I do.
He's not scoring 20 here.
No, but he's capable of it.
Okay.
Not like averaging it. I don't know. Like if Harrison was on the Hornets this past season, you think he averaging 20?
No.
That's what I mean.
I regretted it as soon as I said it. Dump. Hit the dump button. I always tell Jesse to dump it. I don't think he ever does. I just think my bad takes live out there in the world.
Yeah.
I regretted that as soon as you're right.
He's a better player than Harrison.
Okay, that's different.
Mhm.
I don't know if he's a better player than Harrison. I think he's a better scorer than Harrison.
I think he's a better player. Harrison Barnes is sometime on the boards, and his defense isn't what it used to be.
Yeah.
And I hate saying that because I love Harrison. And if Harrison were to come back to the Kings, I'd be okay. Like a lot of people would, dread it. I don't feel that way at all about Harrison Barnes. I appreciate his game and what he brings to a locker room and what he brings to the court.
Does he fit the way this team plays?
Does Kelly Oubre?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think.
Does Kelly Olynyk?
Some people would think Kelly Olynyk.
He actually might. Yeah, he actually might
for the Kings.
But does Kelly Oubre fit?
Yeah, I think so. He gives you. He's a better defender than what you had at that spot, but he doesn't take away the explosiveness on the offensive end. And to be honest with you, he probably gets you closer to what I was talking about, like a guy that can take the load in a playoff situation, guy that could take the scoring load off of Fox and Monk for 2 minutes, so they don't have to do it the entire time. And what I mean like creating, getting to the cup, getting to the foul line. I think he has a little bit more of that in him.
Question, Mr. Caraway. Let me work through this one. What's the difference? Obviously, position. But what's the difference between Oubre and Malik? Because you talk about like scoring, like that's I think you just described particularly offensively Malik. That's what you asked Malik to. It's what we saw Malik do multiple times in the playoff series that just ended. Does Malik? The question might be Oubre with this team. Does Malik and Oubre work together?
I feel like they do. I feel like they do. I feel like you can make it work. I feel like that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy on the court, maybe at the same time.
Yeah.
But I think they can make it work. It's also like it's dangerous in both ways, right? Like because you get two guys that, are up and down or whatever. But if you get both of those guys rolling, like they feel like they could beat anybody in the world.
And in this, and also to be clear, we see Malik play with the first unit a lot, and obviously no greater example than the series that just ended. But Kelly Oubre starting in what we're talking about here, like Kelly Oubre is a starting three.
He's a starting three. I just found this from January 15th, 2021. De'Aaron Fox on Kelly Oubre, quote, Kelly was blanking 1 of 40 and he hit 4 threes against us. Doesn't mean anything.
I don't know. Okay.
I guess they're talking about he couldn't hit a shot in the game and he went off against the Kings. That tend to happen a lot for the Kings.
All right.
It's when he was on the Warriors. De'Aaron was upset. It says De'Aaron was upset with the Kings defense on Kelly Oubre back in 2021. Those was tough times for Fox, having to deal with shooting guard he was playing with.
I'll ask. I'll take the heat for it, but I'm a broadcast journalist, and Mario brings it up. Does Miles Bridges fit with this team and what they're trying to do?
I feel like I can't even really remember his game to see if he fits or not, but I mean, I know his talent.
He's a 20 point per game,
I know
scored at last year in Charlotte.
His talent is undeniable. For a long time, I was like, man, no way you can have Miles Bridges here. Part of me looks at it where it's like, all right, like, if you're saying the man can play in the NBA, like he should be available.
Beginning game 11,
right,
he can play.
He should be able to sign with somebody and play. Like it can't be. There's a difference between saying, I don't really want to take a chance on him, and no, he shouldn't get no type of chance, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the league is saying, all right, he served his suspension, he's got another 10 to start the season, and he can play, then he's a free agent, and you look at him as a free agent. Now, if you look at him and you do your research and you talk to him and all this other stuff, and you say, you know what, I just don't think I'm in a position to give him a second chance here.
Mm-hmm.
I completely understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think conversations should be had about Miles Bridges. Conversation should be had. If I was the GM, once again, I don't have all the information. I'm not able to talk to him and all this other stuff. I'm on the outside looking in. I think you can get equal or better production going in a different direction. I wouldn't go that route, but I'm not able to talk to him either.
Miles Bridges was a day away from signing a max contract extension.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, he's 23 years old. 24?
Man.
23, 24?
He's super young. He's super young. And that's what I mean right here. Like, you gotta be able to talk to him. You gotta be able to talk to him and just kind of get a feel for.
And I don't know what Charlotte, because he's still a restricted free agent, right?
I think that's how it goes.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
You're right. I forgot. Like, I forgot how this
that's
works.
how it
Like, I
goes.
think he's not a free agent.
Right.
So I think he's still a restricted free agent, and there are probably things to work out with Charlotte. Though Charlotte may be like,
we're not matching.
we're not doing it.
Yeah.
I did the visuals if the radio audience can see what I'm doing. Like, they just may be like, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
He's still restricted because Charlotte never rescinded the qualifying offer.
So
they
they
may have thoughts of bringing him back.
I don't know what that freaking team is doing.
They should be trying to blow it up.
But
LaMelo watch is underway.
It's not, though. You always say that. It's not. Like, what? No rookie's going to give that money.
Not this summer, but
yeah, but he's going to sign a contract with Charlotte.
He can sign the contract and say, I want to be traded. Somebody just did that, right?
A rookie?
I don't know if it was a rookie. Somebody signed and was like, well, oh no, that's what they were talking about with anybody that signs a contract. Just sign the contract. Sign the contract, big boy. You don't know where that's from. That's Mike Tyson too. But just sign the contract. You can always request a trade. You can always say, I don't want to be here. Mm-hmm. You don't have to say, I'm not signing and move me. No, just sign the contract. A year later, you can say, I don't want to be here.
Well, he's definitely signing a contract with Charlotte. That was the point what I was making.
No, he's got to sign the contract. And then when I say the LaMelo watch is on, I don't mean this summer. I just don't think he's going to. By the time he gets to that second contract, somewhere in that second contract, I don't think he's staying in Charlotte.
How come nobody, or maybe they do and we just don't hear it? How come no one talks about moving Charlotte to Seattle? Everyone had something to say about Sacramento or moving Charlotte to Las Vegas. Everybody had something to say about Sacramento. Do y'all watch what's going on in Charlotte?
Yeah.
Even Mike's like, yeah, I think I'm done. I'm cool. Like this thing's worth, this. I'm a billionaire, and this thing is about to like quadruple my net worth. Y'all can have this.
Right.
This is a headache. This is damaging my legacy. I want out. Give me a film crew and let's make The Last Dance with Charlotte. Get me out of this thing.
Follow me around for this final year. I'm owning the team.
Then we can have Last Dance Washington years, Last Dance Charlotte years. Those last two are damaging to Mike's legacy.
Speaking of Mike and the evaluation, all this other stuff.
Some young person somewhere is like, wait, didn't Mike win a championship on his last shot?
Yeah, he did. You're right, kid.
That's what he did.
That's exactly what happened. I heard interview Bill Simmons did with Matt Ishbia, the Suns' new owner.
Yeah.
It's an interesting cat. But you said the evaluation or whatever. Then he asked him about something, right? Bill Simmons did.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I mean, it's like, all right, the evaluation is one thing. That's cool. I don't care. I'm never selling the team.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's like, it's about the team. I'm gonna own this team for life.
Mm-hmm.
So about like people are like, well, wouldn't you want the evaluation to go up? It's like that
it's
don't
a
matter to
trinket.
me. He's like, it don't matter to me.
Literally bought a trinket.
He said literally what we always say. It's not a secret, but he's like, the mortgage company is where I make my money.
Mm-hmm.
This is fun.
Yeah.
I don't care about no evaluation.
He bought a human video game.
I'm never selling this team.
Yeah.
It was interesting. There was some.
He's a younger dude, right?
He's a younger dude. Just the way he talks.
Did he play?
He played at Michigan State.
Yeah.
The way he talks, sometimes gives off Bomber vibes with like his energy.
Okay.
What kind of Bomber vibes? But he seems cool. He seems to be great to have as a.
What's a Bomber vibe?
Just like
really over the top,
uncomfortable energy. Like you're a little too turned up right now, buddy. We're having
let go of my thigh, sir. Please let go of my upper thigh.
We're
trying to watch a
We're just having a conversation. Like you're a little too turned up right now, pal. But he seems like a good enough owner. He it was the funny part on there. He straight on addressed him and Dan Gilbert.
Oh, okay.
Because Bill, I was like, because I was thinking, I was like, you gotta find a way to ask him about Dan Gilbert.
Yeah.
And he talked about how it was unanimous approved his ownership, except Gilbert abstained from the vote.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes like, what was your thoughts about that? He's like, look, I can give you the hour-long answer, or I can just give you the short answer. Bottom line is, I don't like him. He don't like me. It is what it is. Like, we're rivals in our mortgage companies.
Yeah.
I don't think much is going to change here in the NBA. Him absolving from that vote kind of shows you what I have always seen of him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like him. He don't like me. We move on. It's like, oh, that's what I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need no PR answer. Tell me this. Like, yeah, I don't like him. You don't like
beef.
me.
I'm with it. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep.
But I didn't think he would, because we get all these PR answers all the time, right?
Oh, it's just we're competitive.
Right. He's like, hey, it is what it is. I don't like him. He don't like me.
It's okay to say that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
That
Dilo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube as well. James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Talk about Steve Ballmer. I was listening to Joe Budden talk about going to the Usher residency in Las Vegas. Him and his girl, when he's looking around going, I got the best seat here. Like, this is the best seat. He looks over and he says, there's just this older white dude just going ham to everything Usher is doing. So they look and man, this guy really loves this show. And they figured out it was Steve Ballmer. It was Steve Ballmer just getting it in at the
That is hilarious.
Usher residency in Las Vegas over fight weekend.
Everybody was in Vegas that weekend.
Everybody was, except D-Lo and KC.
Except D-Lo and KC. We're going to try and fix that for the summer. Joe Budden, what a podcast. What a podcast.
It's a great podcast. I'm trying to see if I can emulate the way Joe Budden delivers, because he just talks really slow with a really, really deep voice.
Are you ready to pod today?
Nah.
Jesse, these boys ain't ready to pod today.
And then you have to hit there. Like
I'm so sick of you guys. I'm sick of you guys.
His podcast starts with music, and I'm like, man, why aren't we all playing by the same rules?
Right.
Like he literally just playing a record to start the podcast.
Right.
He can afford that $10,000 fine.
I
remember.
guess.
I don't know what happens now because I don't watch it on the same platform, but I remember they couldn't play it on YouTube, so you could hear it on the podcast.
Yeah.
But on the YouTube, you could see them. They have video. They would just be dead sound, like you couldn't hear nothing.
Yeah, YouTube.
YouTube,
You lose the like if you go back and watch some of our shows, you see some stuff is muted. Stuff gets muted out.
Us.
Yeah, they gave us the old scratch logo getting blurred in the corner. Get the F out. This happened the other day. It happened with the. I think I pulled the wrong. It happened with the Giannis speech the other day because instead of I couldn't find the original tweet. I just grabbed the first one that popped up, and it was like an NBA. It was like a show, like an NBA post. It got flagged, so when you go back and watch it, it's muted.
That's crazy.
And it's literally Giannis Antetokounmpo talking. But because I grabbed the wrong audio, because I grabbed the wrong version of the audio, I had to mute it.
I wonder if we can do that for
YouTube's
anybody.
crazy.
Can we go back and flag somebody for using our stuff?
I mean, we can.
I mean, that's a lot of flagging, buddy. I don't know if we've got the kind of time to go back and.
How long have we been a show for?
3 years almost. You got 3 years worth to go back and listen to multiple radio shows and go, yeah, flagged. Now we're in the situation where not only do we got multiple radio shows to flag, now we got multiple markets we got to watch. Wait till they find out what we're about to do next.
Oh, man.
Wait till they find out what we're about to do next.
That might be checkmate. They ain't got nobody. They got nobody to do nothing with
Ain't
that. They
got
can't do the
no
same
one.
thing.
No one. Well, we got something for y'all. Woo! Hey, when I say we got something for y'all, man, we got something for you. If there was ever a question, just wait. Just wait. I don't know when the right time will be. I still think we're a little bit away, but yeah, we got something for you. We haven't talked a lot about game one yet. In fact, we've got sidetracked with Kelly Oubre for a really long
Kelly
time.
Oubre on the list, though. You're on the list for me.
So Will Z is making like a list. Will Z did it a little bit differently. He started with one.
Yeah.
He said Cam Johnson is the guy. So I know Cam Johnson is your guy also. Where just informally would Kelly Oubre be on the list?
Off the top of my head, I would say 3 or 4.
Well, that's got my attention. Who's 2?
PJ Washington might be.
Oh, PJ. Yeah, I knew that.
PJ might be 2.
Them Hornets, man.
What by crook or hook?
Yeah, we getting the Charlotte Hornets over here.
Yeah, I like PJ Washington. And this is all not including Harrison. Like this is if Harrison's gone. Like top, I think number 2 overall would be Harrison coming back.
Okay.
Like I think
Cam
if
1,
Cam
Harrison
is 1,
Barnes
Harrison coming
2.
back. Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess you could say Harrison Barnes 2.
Okay.
Then PJ, then Kelly Oubre.
That surprises me a little bit that you have PJ behind Harrison because we've been trying to get PJ here for a while for multiple reasons.
Man, come on, man. We got you, brother. We got you. But yeah, it's fluid. I don't know because I really like PJ Washington's game, And I guess that goes into whether or not I think Keegan can be a 3. But PJ's pretty versatile himself. Like if there's a guy that maybe Keegan can't guard, you might be able to put PJ on him and do that. I like PJ Washington a lot. So he's there. And then you got Oubre. And I don't know, man. Then you got it. We'll talk about him, man. We'll talk about it. He's on the list.
I know what you're okay.
He's
I
on
know
the
what you're gonna
list.
say.
Yeah.
Because I saw the odds for Dylan Brooks this morning.
He's on the list, man. He's not
Well,
at the top,
okay.
but he's on the list.
Let's talk about it. Let's do this because James is going to join us. Obviously, we're talking Kings basketball. We've got to talk a little bit about what we saw last night in the National Basketball Association. So we've got a lot more ahead. It's Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh man,
No 13th round today.
oh man, Telefimo.
Telefimo.
What's his
That's
name?
what I'm gonna start calling him.
What's his name?
Tiafimo.
Tiafimo.
I'm gonna start calling him
Algorithm.
Telefimo.
Yeah, Telefimo's solid.
Because I don't like him. I'm gonna start calling him Telefimo. You know, where we at here? Gwitty, the Nets are probably gonna have to pay him $20 million a year. They got to pay Michael Bridges. They got to pay Finney Smith. Ben Simmons is still on that roster. I don't know if they can afford to keep Cam Johnson. I really don't.
Is Ben Simmons untradeable at this point?
He might be. Like, you'd have to do something where you say, hey, you might have to buy him out. to be honest.
That's what I'm thinking. Because I'm not sure who would how you match that salary.
I don't know either. Mm-mm-mm. I think Floyd called him Telefimo one time. I think I heard that before. Call that man Telefimo.
When you trade a guy, can you pay for their some of their contract the way the MLB does?
I don't know.
Like you send him to Sacramento, or the Nets are we'll cover 30 mil of his contract.
I don't know. I don't know the rule on that one. Michael says you can send cash considerations, but I don't think it's that much. Oh, you should have shot that, buddy. Did anybody ever give me an answer? Is EuroLeague playoffs, is that a one and done situation? I believe it is. Two things. Michigan Wolverines. I think Haney wins as well. I think he's going to be too big for Lil Loma. And I think he wins. Haney's saying some real erratic stuff right now, though. I don't know, though, man. That has me looking at a little strange, but I think he wins the fight. Leezy. Back here, D-Lo and KC. We get you ready for who comes on tonight? It's Celtics Sixers only, right? Only one game tonight, man. So we don't have that, do we?
We do actually catch
We
that.
do have
morning, coverage at 4:30. Be there, be square.
There we go. It's a big time game. It's a big time game right there. I think the Celtics will handle it easily, though.
I'm not gonna say they'll handle it. I respect Philly, but it's not must win, but it's pretty close already.
Yeah, I would put it on must win because I don't think they're gonna win, especially if Embiid is able to stay for any part of the rest of the series. They're not winning 4 out of 5. So yeah, you got to win this one, but I think they will. They will handle it. I do.
Watching a bunch of Klansmen.
Stop.
I don't think he knows we're on the radio.
Oh, yeah, we're on the radio.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Kenny's watching. Put that picture on the screen. How
Well,
these commercial breaks getting shorter?
We got back at like 17. That was a normal one, technically.
Literally just said hi to Squints, and that was it. That's all it took. I can't say hi to people no more. Man.
Squiddy Cube said, yeah, we're live, pal. Where's JR? Where's JR on there?
Just gonna stop drinking water. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, when
Just
I was trying to, we were saying that we do have game 2 of the Eastern Conference semis today between the Celtics and the Sixers.
Yeah.
And
Joel's back.
Joel is back. The MVP is back.
Mm-hmm.
And is this a must win for Boston?
Might as well just tell you that's the What's Cracking with Dr. Lance injury report, brought to you by Dr. Lance.
That is, because that's the only game today.
That's
It's
it.
only game.
Might as well just mention it now for our man, Dr. Lance. Head over to AskDrLance.com or shoot him a text message at 916-707-0456. Well, we'll mention this real quick, too. Chris Paul, not only doubtful for game 3, doubtful for game 4. So Chris Paul likely out the next 2 games. He's listed as day-to-day. They don't think he's going to be reevaluated for another week. So what we thought was bad news for Chris Paul and the Phoenix Suns is, in fact, really bad news for Chris Paul and the Phoenix Suns.
How does this keep happening to this?
I don't know, man. It's terrible. It is the playoffs' worst bit. Just kill this bit and stop making it happen every year.
Every year.
But yeah, I feel bad for Chris Paul. But that's the What's Cracking with Dr. Lance injury report, brought to you by Dr. Lance. And because as a chiropractor, again, ask drlance.com or text them 916-707-0456. Before we dive into game 1 of the Warriors and Lakers, let's talk real quick about game number 2. Your New York Knicks. Get on the scoreboard.
Go New York, go.
And Jimmy Butler memes were everywhere as they thought Jimmy was just sinister in his smile and laughter. And, oh, I know what that bag is. James Ham is here with the Holy Grail French fries from Bennett's. Shout out to our man, Mr. Bennett, and the cook behind these French fries.
Tears of joy.
And if you could, for a moment, talk about your New York Knicks while I get Hammer set up over there.
Okay. Well, look, the Knicks, the crazy thing about that game was he almost did it again without Jimmy Butler. I'm sitting there watching the game, and the Heat take like a 6-point lead in the fourth quarter. I'm like, bro, what's going on? Shout out Gabe Vincent. Stockton. Is he from Stockton or Modesto?
He's from Modesto Christian, so I think Modesto gets him. He played at MC, I think.
Okay. Because they were saying Stockton on the broadcast. I was like, I thought he was from Modesto.
Yeah, they do that a lot. Don't shortchange Modesto.
But yeah, Gabe Vincent showed out, did his thing. But I was like, yo, the Heat are going to do this again. But shout out to Jalen Brunson. Shout out to Josh Hart. Shout out to Julius Randle. Yeah, I guess you can throw him in there. All the Knicks legends willed him. Did you see all the Knicks legends in there? Okay. Melo was in the building. Amari was in the building. John Starks was in the building. They were all in the building, baby. Okay. The Garden was rocking. Let's go.
Okay. Now we got that out of the way.
Knicks in 5.
Okay, calm down. Hawks and Celtics game 2 tonight.
Well, definitely not the Hawks.
Nope, definitely not the Hawks. 76ers Celtics tonight. Game 1, Lakers, Warriors last night. Lakers 117-112. A 14-0 run.
Well, that was crazy.
To tie the game by the Golden State Warriors, but walk out with an L. And Jordan Poole, of course, being heavily criticized this morning for his.
What do you think about the shot?
James, you're shaking your head. It was a pretty deep 3 with like a lot of time left. You weren't, everyone says Steph. You weren't going to get the ball to Steph. Like Steph was getting trapped. You probably weren't getting the ball back to him. Yeah, I don't hate it. Like I don't hate it. I feel like you had enough time to do a little bit more, but
Jordan Poole.
He was open.
If I have it correctly, man, hit 6 threes yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't. Did he hit that many?
Because I thought I heard the stat was that was the first time a team had 3 players hit 6 threes and lose.
That's
the
right.
game.
Yeah.
So I mean, and people talk about how deep it was. I mean, that's the way they shoot the threes. Like it was a wide open look. It was a good look. I don't have a huge problem with it. I understand why some people don't like the shot. Channing Frye didn't like the shot. I understand it, but I also see Tyrese's point of view. Like he's wide open.
Yeah.
And that's a shot that he makes. What do you think, James?
You had to try to get the ball back to Steph.
I just don't think you could have. I think you probably create more problems if you try to get the ball back to Steph.
I don't know. I just I said it early on, like Malik Monk is who Jordan Poole thinks he is. Like he's
Jordan Poole's good. Like
he's
a
erratic.
good ball player.
I don't know.
He's a good ball player.
Jordan Poole is good.
He doesn't play any defense at all.
Well,
there's a lot of people in the
welcome
league
to the
that
NBA.
Anthony Simons doesn't play any defense. But he's making
I'll take
100.
Anthony Simons every single day of the week over Jordan Poole.
I mean, that didn't get you nowhere. If you're Portland, then you can take them all you want. That didn't get you nowhere.
No, it's true.
You know what I mean? Like he's, and I love Anthony Simons, right? I think Anthony Simons is a dope ball player. I think Jordan Poole is a good ball player. I think he's in a tough situation.
I
think he is in a very difficult situation.
I understand that too. You know, he is playing behind 2 legends, but it's pretty simple. Like you go out on the court and you have a green light. Like you got to take good shots. You can't. I just think he's erratic. I think he flops way too much. I don't think he plays defense.
He's being taught by the best.
Man, did you see Steph try to get that late 3-point foul?
The chase down one, the one where LeBron missed the chase down.
Yeah. I think so. I don't know. That was a fun game. At some point, I don't know if you're a Kings fan. I think at this point you don't like either team. You know, the long lineage of hatred for the Lakers, and then when it comes to the Warriors, they're the team just knocked you out. But if I'm Kings fans, I'm kind of pulling. I know this sounds sacrilegious. I'm kind of pulling for the Lakers.
Ain't no kind of about it,
because you want to show that you're a team that took the wind out of the sails of the Golden State Warriors. That you pushed them to the brink, and it hurt them for the next round. And maybe the reason they lose in the next round is because you pushed them so far.
Yeah, that's a lot. Or maybe just the Lakers are better. The one thing I will say, you talk about Kings fans, because we did an impromptu poll earlier, and you could text Mike Brown and ask him, hey, Mike, do you feel better watching Kevon Looney pull down 23 freaking rebounds yesterday against the Los Angeles Lakers? Because I'm pretty sure it was unanimous with us in the chatty house that, yep, we feel a whole lot better after watching what Kevon, because the whole thing with the Lakers is size, length, all of that stuff. And yet Kevon Looney, 23 rebounds yesterday, 7 offensive.
The crazy thing, too, is if you think about it, the way he got so many of those rebounds against the Kings were long rebounds. Well, the Lakers aren't shooting any threes. I mean, they don't hit any, but they aren't a good 3-point shooting team that takes a bunch of threes. So there isn't as many long rebounds.
They only shot 25 last night in comparison to the 53 that the Golden State Warriors did.
Make it rain.
Rebounds last night as well.
Oh, yeah.
Kevon Looney is in a zone right now on the boards.
As they were trying to fight their way back into the game late, it was the same exact thing that happened in Game 7. One offensive rebound after another. I mean, there was a point where Wiggins had back-to-back offensive rebounds. They're just a really...
They didn't score on that possession. When he got those 2 offensive... Yeah, they didn't score on that particular possession. They didn't score on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot like what happened in the third quarter, that they didn't. The reason there were so many offensive rebounds in the third quarter is because the Warriors missed so many shots. I mean, Wiggins was 0 for 7 in that third quarter against the Kings in Game 7. And so, like, there's a lot of reasons why the Kings fell. But I think we're seeing some of that play out in the next round, too, where you're seeing some of the traits that the Warriors have that make them difficult, make them one of the most difficult matchup teams you're ever going to face. just because they have random players. They don't have some standard offense that you can try to slow down. They've got random players that can do big things, and they did it. I mean, like that Looney rebounding performance is just nuts.
It's incredible.
And it's been every single game. It seems like I think he's had one game under 20 rebounds out of the last 4.
Yeah,
last 5.
I mean, he's played 8 games, so that's half of them have been 20 rebound games.
Yeah.
Wilt, like Kevon Chamberlain, like what are we doing right now? It's crazy.
I looked at that game last night and I said the Warriors are in trouble. They're in trouble.
So I'll say this, and this is an NBA evaluation, not like shade or anything regarding the Kings. The Warriors have lost their last 2 home games, counting Game 6 and Game 1. They've lost their last 2 home games. They were borderline untouchable at home. Now they've lost their last 2. Like that has to sit in their psyche a little bit. Like that's tough.
Yeah. And the reason why I say they're in trouble is number one, and this is no shade as well. With all due respect to my man, you guys know 10, that's my guy. AD ain't Sabonis. You try that same defense on AD, he gonna average 30 and 20 for the series. Like you try and give him the little 12-footer, 15-footer, he will drain that religiously. So he not. They're going to have to switch that up. And then the other thing is, Warriors hit 21 threes last night. 21 threes.
Yep.
And lost.
Yep. That's all they took.
Lost.
Yep.
And
6 free throws.
6 free throws. Shot 53
6
threes.
free throws.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh,
They weren't trying to do anything else.
Yeah. I'll tell you, you bring up AD, and you just know that there's going to be 2 or 3 games in this series where he just doesn't show up at all. Where you're like, what? Like there always is, though. Like for as good as he is, there are games where he just vanishes completely, and that team cannot afford for him to vanish. And the other thing is, while Sabonis was able to be limited by the Warriors, it really comes down to just the style of defender. Like I don't think the Warriors have a player that can defend specifically the style that is Anthony Davis, where they do when it comes to Sabonis. Like Looney is a really, really strong positional defender, and that's not what Davis is. He's not going to go chase Davis all over the place. It's just a different style of player, and so we can't really compare what Anthony Davis will do in this series versus what Sabonis will do in the last series, because they're just completely like polar opposites as far as players.
Anthony Davis, Jesse kind of brought it up. I'm gonna paraphrase what Jesse said in like our group text yesterday. But if Anthony Davis is back to being that guy, the Lakers might win the championship.
Yeah,
they might.
Like the team is good enough. This is why Danny Ainge should be investigated. Danny Ainge needs to be investigated for what he did at the trade deadline with the Los Angeles Lakers, because this team is legit. And if that's Anthony Davis, 1, they could win a championship next year. 2, they're going to be a problem next season. A big problem next season in the Western Conference.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be back up there in the top 6 at least.
Maybe. I mean, LeBron is going to be what, 40?
39.
39. Okay. Yeah. And AD is still made of glass. He's still going to play 52 games.
But the team's better, though. That's the thing. Unlike when Anthony Davis was out before, which and I'll play along with that because it's fair. Unlike when Anthony Davis, this team is better. What's D'Angelo Russell's status? Is he around next year?
He's a free agent.
Okay.
Or maybe a player option, but he wants to stay in LA.
I'm sure
I think
he does.
He's great for.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
I think they need to bring him back.
He's perfect. Yeah, he's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I would just, if you take AD and LeBron off that team, like while I like the pieces that they brought in, that's a 25 to 30 win team. Like those guys, they're not good enough. So the fact that they have those 2 pieces makes it easier to bring in players, but there are so many other rosters that I would rather have around superstars like that. And the fact that they still don't have enough shooting, they still don't they still need more without any question. And they have like very little cap space to do anything. It makes it really difficult.
I don't
Enter
know. I'm
Kyrie
saying,
Irving.
I was wrong about, maybe I am. I thought they have like $30 million in cap space.
How much?
That doesn't seem possible.
Because
they were over the cap with Steph. I mean, with Steph. They were over the cap with Russ.
They're 107 million because
is somebody coming off the books?
Yeah, D'Angelo Russell's coming off the books.
Yeah, so that's
D'Angelo
that's
at
20-something million right there.
Lonnie Walker's coming off the books. Rui Hachimura has a qualifying offer of 8.5. So that's the problem that they have. Like their salary cap space, it really doesn't mean anything because Rui's going to want 15 million.
Unless you don't bring him back.
Yeah, but that doesn't free up cap space though, right?
That's the problem that they have. Like they still have 107 million bucks on the books for next year's salary cap. I think goes up to, is it 132 this year? So it's going to go up to like 139 or 140.
That's $30 million.
Yeah,
because I remember that was the whole thing.
That's
why they thought Kyrie was coming there, because before they kind of squashed all that, just saying it's not a fit, but they were able to make all those moves, and still they were like, oh, they made all these moves, and they still got cap space to go get them Kyrie this offseason.
They wouldn't be able to sign anyone else.
So the cap for next year is 130. Yeah, the cap for next year is 134. Yeah, I mean, and the salary cap is much more complicated than it looks like. You have 30 million bucks. Like, you know, a mid-level exception eats like 11 million of that. So, and in order to, I mean, you have to waive the mid-level exception to get that money back. And then you have minimum roster spots, and the minimum roster spot now in the NBA is up to a little over $1 million. So if you only have 5 players under contract, you have to have a minimum of 13, which means another 8 roster spots at $1 million. So that's $8 million bucks of that salary cap space is gone. So it is like slightly more complicated.
I hear you. I just, but I do think the Warriors are in trouble. That game last night, it showed that they're not going to be able to. They're going to go up against a front line that's going to rebound and finish in the paint. The guys like Schroeder, guys like D'Angelo Russell, LeBron James, they're going to attack the basket and take advantage of the lack of rim protection that the Warriors have. And I look at that situation. I know he's 38 or whatever the case may be, but just like we talk about, you know, Steph is going to have a 40-point game. LeBron going to have his game. LeBron going to have his, he probably going to have 2 where he goes for 38 and 13. Like he going to have 2 like that. And that's why it was so important for them to get that win, because you got that win last night. I know AD had a great game, but you got that win without LeBron going crazy and weathering the 20-point to 21 3-pointers from the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors just don't have enough guys they can rely on right now. It's, Jesse said it a while ago, it kind of is Steph and some dudes. Like it's Steph, and like last night Clay was good, but he was 4-19 in game 7. Last night Jordan Poole was good, but they were ready to cut him in the middle of the Kings series.
Like Clay got 25 on 25.
There's that too.
Like the 1-to-1 ratio to me doesn't scream
I'm cooking.
Yeah, like it's just not it. But that was just the nature of that game last night. For them, it's like they weren't going to challenge. They weren't going to challenge the Lakers bigs. They were content shooting threes and trying to win that way.
James, you think the foul thing was a little too crazy? The free throw shooting? I don't think so.
They
they didn't do anything.
Yeah,
they didn't draw fouls.
Right.
They don't have anyone that can go on the post and go get fouls.
That too.
I mean, they don't even have a guy.
It's 29-6, by the way, for those that didn't. It's 29-6.
That is jarring to see.
But press my Doc Rivers button.
I wish you tell the whole story.
There's a story behind that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like they don't have a guy like Monk that attacks the rim. They don't have a guy like Fox who attacks the rim. They don't even have a guy like Harrison Barnes who can go and get free throws when they need them. And you need them. Like that team, if anything, they need guys getting to the free throw line to save their legs, because free throws like stops the game. It gives you a chance to catch your breath. And that team, I mean, they played on Sunday. They look like
they played Sunday.
Yeah, they just played.
Yeah.
They didn't have fresh legs at all. So
I agree.
1-0, Los Angeles.
It's gonna be a really good series, though. It's gonna be a really entertaining series.
Yeah, that was entertaining as hell
I
last
see
night.
games like that all throughout the series, regardless of how long it lasts. I think it's gonna be tight because the Lakers aren't. I talk about the Lakers and like how the Lakers aren't perfect. Like they got some holes. They're old. You know, they got some questions every now and then too. So I think it's gonna make for a compelling series.
30, 23, 5, and 4. Those were the numbers from Anthony Davis last night.
He was amazing last night.
I had him in fantasy basketball this year, and when he plays, my goodness, he puts up stats. Because it's not just that; it's usually with like 5 or 6 assists. Then he gets like 3 or 4 blocks, and then he gets a steal and a half. Like all of the stats across the board that he puts up are really, really impressive. Problem is, you just can't rely on him. And you know, when you have a veteran like LeBron who is going to have to sit games. I mean, he's missed a bunch of games in each of the last couple of years. That's always a problem. Like, how do you manage the minutes for one guy when your young 30-something guy can't stay on the court in AD?
And look, we talk about Anthony Davis and what he was able to do. Like you said, 30 points, 23 rebounds, 5 assists. We talked about Kevon Looney and what he was able to do. 10 points, 23 rebounds, 7 of them offensively. I mean, this stat line right here, 6 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds.
How do you do this? What are you doing?
Oh, and one, you forgot the other stat. No, 1 technical foul, but you also forgot the other stat. 1 podcast.
Oh, you got his podcast in.
Hey, good for you.
You got his podcast.
Triple
in.
single season.
What he did not get was a handshake and was bitter. No handshake for you. No soup for you. Yeah.
Oh man, you know how to take a shot at Draymond. It's all good, man. He all right, man. He all right.
Let's I want to
He was
shift
wild
gears.
yesterday, but he all right.
He was.
Yeah.
And didn't get thrown out. Incredible.
Not at all.
Let's shift gears. You obviously just came from the Monte McNair press conference. We want to talk about that. We've been throwing names all over the place. And the Sacramento Kings have the second best betting odds to land Dillon Brooks. Let's talk about all of that when D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, I didn't think there was a point in getting into the conversation, so let's get out early and start over.
Ew.
Second best betting odds. Yeah, I don't know.
You guys bust into those fries.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I got to get this juice. I got to drink this juice. Get this juice in, and then
Wheeze in the juice.
Oh, I just swallowed a whole piece of ginger. That was tough.
I like ginger. I've grown ginger in my garden. You go get a ginger root.
How does it grow? Does it really just grow in those giant blocks?
Yeah, so you get the ginger root.
Uh-huh.
And you get one with a bunch of like the little nubs on them. And you have those facing up, and you put it about, I think, an inch down into a pot. And then it will grow more of those. So first of all, it'll sprout up and you'll get like big, like it's actually really a pretty looking plant. Like almost like a plant that you would have as a house plant. Like, and then it starts extending out and making more of those like nodules. And then you can like take the whole thing out. Once the greenery dies down, you can pull it out and then, store it, chop it up, do whatever you want.
Smack it up, flip it, rub it down.
Yeah. Another thing that's fun to grow is potatoes. It sounds really strange, but you can grow potatoes and they make like a bunch of little potatoes.
That would be fun. I want to learn how to.
Oh, Armando says he's growing potatoes right now. I grow a ton of tomatoes. a ton of.
Oh, you said tomatoes.
No, potatoes.
Oh, potatoes.
Yeah, but I also grow a ton of. I grow a ton of. No, I'm okay. I had lunch. Yeah. During the growing season, like I got to go drop them in right now. We've had such cold weather, all these frozen nights that you can't plant anything. So I'm ready to go buy my tomato plants today or tomorrow.
Yeah, what kind of potatoes do you grow?
Like potatoes, I'll grow like Yukon Golds. I'll grow like the little baby reds. And I do them in 5-gallon buckets.
Potatoes. Red potatoes are so good.
Yeah, you can do them all in like 5-gallon buckets.
Potatoes like the most versatile vegetable.
I don't think it's considered a vegetable.
No,
isn't it because it grows out of the ground?
Tomatoes, aren't those fruits?
And tomatoes are fruit.
Yeah.
Potato is, I think it's
starch.
It's a starch, but I think it's a is it a root?
I don't know. Maybe it is a potato. I mean a vegetable. But to answer your question, yes.
Matt Kim
I'd
says
argue potatoes the GOAT.
It's a tuber. That makes sense.
What the hell is a tuber?
Maybe it's a tumor.
Like a root, like
it's
a
not
root
a
plant.
Tumor.
It's not a tumor. Yeah. The other thing that grows really well at my house is pickling cucumbers. And my wife actually ferments them and will make fermented pickles. Well, fermented cucumbers, which are sort of like if you go to like a Jewish deli and get a pickle there, they're fermented. They're not like pickled. They're not put in what am I trying to blank? Vinegar. There we go.
Lord is my shepherd. You know what I want.
Just two dope boys in the Cadillac.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino with 17 different restaurants and bars to choose from. Sky River Casino has something for everyone, from casual quick bites in the market at Sky River to fine dining at SR Prime. Go in, ask for the KC booth. They'll get you set up real nice there. In SR Prime. Of course, if it's a night that Kenny's not there, they'll get you set up in the KC booth. James Ham, kind enough to join us following his visit with Monte McNair, the NBA Executive of the Year, Monte McNair. James, what were your takeaways from the press conference? We did play the opening statement. He just gave praise to, and it was a long list of accolades for the Sacramento Kings here this season. And I saw one particular quote that you put out that I really liked, that I don't even think we read on the air yet, but it was something along the lines of, 48 wins was really good for us, but we know next year we've got to be better.
Yeah, I think he was really, like he said, a playoff team that expects to go to the second round, the third round. You got to win in the 50s. Like if you want to be a team that's growing, you got to get into the 50s. Like sometimes the mid 50s. A top 3 seed is usually 54, 55 wins.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows he's got work to do to get there. Slater asked him very specifically about Domantas Sabonis and about a potential extension this summer. And he's like, look, this is a guy we want to build around. So yeah, we're going to do everything we can to keep him. And that doesn't mean that they'll get an extension done this season. It's very complicated. But then he also asked him about Harrison Barnes, and Monty skipped straight to we've got a lot of decisions to make this summer.
Yeah, no.
But it's all fresh. It's all new. It just happened. So we've got to figure out what we're going to do moving forward. Pretty good sidestep.
Monty's good at that.
Yeah, I think that's,
understandable, by the way. He's not. No, we're not really interested in Harrison next year. Like,
by any means necessary.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I think if we
under no circumstance.
we look at how Monty was last year at this time, and Monty like fell on his sword and really said, like, I have to be better. Like, I did not put the roster together. I did not put this structure together here to make this team good enough. And this year, you know, this is a guy that like 3 months ago didn't have a contract.
Yeah.
I think that's what's forgotten. I asked him about it,
crazy.
you know, it's like, and he's like, yeah, we're really happy. Like as a family, we're really happy. We're glad we're going to be here. We're, you know, my kids, my wife, everyone's really happy that they bought a house. They'd never bought a house before. He said in Houston, they lived in like 8 different rental houses in 9 years. And so they're putting down roots, and that's good. That's what you want. And even like I've talked to Wes Wilcox. We talked to a little bit to Monty a little bit about Wes too. I get the feeling that Wes doesn't want to go anywhere either. Like Wes is a guy who's rebuilt, you know, his cachet around the league with this job, but he really likes this job. And his kids are a certain age where uprooting your kids when they're 10, 11 years old, that's really tough. Like if you find stability, if you find a place where you can win, why not see it through? Why not see if you can put together 6-8 years of playoffs here, or something even like crazier where you're starting to build something? You know, I think a lot of these guys are looking at this job a lot differently than they did 3 years ago, and certainly a lot differently than they did even like 3 months ago. Now this is home. They found success. Now let's see what we can build on it. And I thought that was really cool to see Monty be able to go from a guy who, like, again, really took last season hard to a guy that didn't have a job lined up after, 3 months ago. He had nothing lined up. The Kings hadn't extended him yet, to where he is now as the executive of the year and reaping all of the benefits of coach of the year and 2 All-Stars and clutch player of the year and all rookie selection and probably 2 all NBA selections. Like, you got 2 guys that finished in the top 11 in MVP balloting.
Mm-hmm.
That means that those guys probably got those same votes from the media that will be required to be an all-league player. So 2nd team all-league for Sabonis, maybe. 3rd team all NBA for Fox, very possible. That's crazy. Right. So where this team was a year ago to where they are today is just night and day.
I got thrown off again by the game that I'm watching. This background is just wow, bro. Wow.
At some point, you're going to have to show the people on the stream what you're watching. It is just, It is an incredible sight. There are flags. Did you see it?
No.
Can you show?
Let me see. Because they had a perfect view, and it was like, bro, what are we doing?
Kenny's watching.
I'm watching EuroLeague, right? I'm watching EuroLeague playoffs. And there, let me pause it right now.
Is it from earlier today?
Well, I went all the way back. So I'm like last week or something like that.
Okay.
But it's Real Madrid, right? And it's very festive. It's the playoffs, and everybody's ready to go. And they handed out flags, right? They handed out white flags.
They're white flags.
The team is wearing white, so they're wearing white flags. And I think what I found out is when somebody has the flag, it's cool. But when there's nobody in the seat, the flag like sits in the middle of the seat, like how if nobody was there to pick up their t-shirt for the Kings, the t-shirt would sit over the seat, right?
Okay.
Well, the flag sits in the seat and it just sits straight up. And so you kind of look at it and, well, James, just tell me what you see, James. Tell me what you see here. What does this look like to you?
Jesus.
What does this look like to you?
We got ourselves a bona fide clan meeting.
Let me see if you guys can see it here. Here's
terrible.
the pause here.
Oh,
that's what it looks like.
That's a bona fide clan meeting.
It is so bad.
What in the world?
Oh,
The worst would be if, like you're at the Kings game when something like that, where they blow the flames up. It'd be like, what is happening? Like, what is happening?
Oh, it's so bad.
The flames, like, What is happening?
Yeah, man. So I just saw another angle. I said, there it goes again. Jeez.
There
It looked like the crowd had filed in, and I didn't see it as much, but it was just halftime. So I guess they were trying to get back to their seats. And
You gotta screenshot. You gotta
Wow.
and post that picture so people can see it on Twitter for those that aren't watching.
I'm gonna get to it.
It
It's
is
wild.
That
It's
is
wild.
flat out
stunning.
crazy.
It is absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
So-
I didn't get to watch any of the EuroLeague today, but
Yeah,
I saw
Sasha play today, right?
Sasha hit a laser from like 28 feet from the top of the key.
Mm.
He's just an incredible shooter. I don't know if they won or not, but my goodness, huge performance there. And it's looking more and more likely like the
Did
Kings
he
are gonna
come
do
up
the full-
today?
Yeah, he did. He was non-committal, like he was.
Of course.
Monty was non-committal.
You know,
Like, yeah, we really like him, and we're watching him in the playoffs right now. But like, look, they're gonna do a full court press on him. What they have to pay for him, I don't think they know yet. What like the ballpark figure is, but
And that's to get him out of there and to pay him, right?
yeah. Well, okay, so but per league rules, there's a cap on how much you can
Right.
spend on a guy. Last year was 950,000, which Sasha's buyout was actually much less than that a team can give to the EuroLeague team to buy him out. It'll probably go up to like 1.1 million or 1.05 million this year of what a team can extend. And then anything over that amount, he's got to pay himself. So if he did something crazy, silly, like did a $2 million buyout or a $2.5 million buyout, then he's going to have to come up with the other money. And now he can pay that out of the salary the Kings give him, but the Kings can't pay it themselves. And so it's going to cost to get him out of there. And, it's something that he knew when he signed an extension this summer. Like during the season, he signed an extension. But it still has NBA outs, and everything I'm feeling and hearing from the team is that they want him here, whether that's $4 million a year or they've got to eat into their cap space and do something like $6 million a year. They're gonna have to figure that one out. And then we talked on Monday about Trey Lyles, right, in his contract.
Yeah.
I actually went back and looked at his numbers. Trey Lyles is he's an early bird guy, a lot like the way that Rashawn Holmes was. And so while the Kings can't use his true Larry Bird rights to give him any salary that they want, they can do is the early bird is 175% of your current salary. So if you have a player who makes like 10 million, you could give him like 17.5, right? Or if whatever's more, you can give him also the league average salary, which is around 11 million bucks now. So you can go up to that figure, and it can be taken care of after you sign all your other players. So Trey Lyles has like a $3.6 million cap hold, which is really, really small. And that's because he only made like 2.6 million last year. Right. So the Kings can let that $3.6 million cap hold sit there, and it eats up some of their cap space. But then they can wait until after they do all of their other things, and then they can come back to Trey and negotiate a salary for him. Or they can negotiate it like so they have an idea of what they're both looking at and whether it's going to work. They can do that before, but they don't sign a contract. They wait until after they go into free agency and do all their other things. Then they can come back to Trey and they can go over the top of the salary cap to retain him. So I don't think he's getting $11 million, but they have that room. They can go all the way up to that league average salary. So you could see Trey get maybe like a 3-year 18 or 3-year 15 or 3-year 21. I don't know what the Kings are thinking in their head or what Trey Lyles is thinking he's worth in his head, but it still gives you that option that you can bring him back and go over the cap to do it. Because again, a $3.6 million salary really isn't that much, like as far as a cap hold.
Yeah. And that's good news that they're able to do that. I don't want to say at any time, but they don't have to rush out the first day of free agency and make that happen. Possibly they could talk to Trey and be like, "Hey, well, they're not supposed to." But,
Well, no,
I think they can. Right?
Well, they can
because he's
your player.
He's your player.
Yeah.
That's right. They could talk to him and say, "Hey, we're going to take care of you. This is what we're going to give you. Let us build the roster up, and we're going to come back and get you on the back end because we got the money to do it.
Exactly.
We're available to do it. It's just, this is a quirk within the CBA where let us
Work the
handle this
system.
first."
Yeah.
And then come back and get you that way. So
Yeah.
it's good that they have that.
even with PJ Dozier, the Kings signed him to a 2-year deal when they signed him a couple of months ago, like after his 210 days, and they brought him back. It's a non-guaranteed deal, but it's non-guaranteed up to July 10th. And then on July 10th, they have to make a decision on how much they would guarantee. Like there will be a, like it might be guaranteed for 100,000 at that point, and if he makes a roster, but up until July 10th, it's non-guaranteed. So they can go out on the open market and do all kinds of other things and assess where they are at the, like after free agency, the first 10 days of free agency, and then come back to PJ and say, okay, look, this is going to be tough to fit you in, or you're still part of what we're trying to do here. And in the meantime, you can keep him in Sacramento all summer long, working out with the guys or staying around. If he wants to be here in the gym, if he wants to use your facilities, he can. He's not a guy who's on the outside looking in.
In that same respect, what's the deal with Kessler Edwards?
Kessler Edwards has a team option for like league minimum, basically. Okay. So for Kessler, there's almost no way he's not back. I mean, you have a lively body. You have to fill out 15 roster spots. And we can go back to what we were talking about earlier, where you have cap holds, right? For minimum contracts, and league minimum contract might be like $1 million or $1.2 million this next year. Well, you already have that cap space. Like even if you don't have Kessler, you still have to have a cap hold for his amount almost. Like it's a little bit over, like $500,000 over, but not enough to make it like not worth keeping him. Right. He's young. What is he? 22 years old. And he has all the like physical attributes that you want, all the physical attributes that we saw from KZ Okpala. Like the Kings need more of those guys. It's just whether you can bring in better versions of that, and you can worry about that down the road as well.
Yeah. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 or youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're happy to have our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here with us. Well, I saw this morning that the Sacramento Kings have the second best odds to land free agent extraordinaire Dillon Brooks. The only team with better odds to land Dillon Brooks right now, the Dallas Mavericks. Top 5 teams they listed: Dallas, Sacramento, Portland, Houston, and Minnesota. Shams also reported that there will, in fact, be a market for Dillon Brooks. Based on some work that he's done, there are going to be teams that are interested in him. James, how do you feel about Dillon Brooks?
Hard pass. Like, I think there are guys out there that have that little bit of crazy in them, to have that toughness that you want. Like the Kings need more of that, but there are guys that just fit what the Kings do better. Like he prefers ISO. He takes bad shots. He's not a system player. He's physical. He's okay defensively. He's not great anymore. I think he's slowed down a little bit on that. But I also think when you have a player who's outwardly saying, like they're putting it out there, the next stop he's looking for, he wants to be more than a 3-and-D guy. It's like, oh yeah, like no. Not at all. Like that's not what you're looking for that's not who the Kings are looking for, in my opinion. Like maybe they end up like landing on that, but that would be a tough, like, I don't know where you even start. Like, is he possibly a mid-level exception guy? Maybe, but like
doesn't sound like that's what they're looking for.
Like you always say, they can look.
You can look for whatever you want. That's right.
The market will dictate what you're going to get. I'm pretty sure I agree, James. But I'm not. I don't feel like no way, quote unquote, under no circumstances would I not want Dillon Brooks. There are about 4, 5, maybe even 6 guys and 6 scenarios that I would take before Dillon Brooks. But he's on the list for me. And part of that is if you're able to have a conversation with him and lay out the expectations and what his role would be very clearly, and he agrees to that, and the money's looking right, and once again, your other 5 options fell through, I think because I think at his core, just as a basketball player, I feel like he kind of lost his way a little bit.
Yeah.
But when I liked Dillon Brooks, he was a hard-nosed defender. He was an opportunistic scorer.
Can Mike get that back?
That's the other thing. You have the coach and you've got the locker room and that coaching staff. Maybe they can get to him on a different level and bring him back to that spot. And if he gets to that spot, I think that's what this team would need. Everybody said that's what this team would need. A tough, gritty, versatile perimeter defender. He could be that.
Okay, so first of all, like he's a 41.6% career field goal shooter, not 3-point, 41.6. This last year that we just finished, 39.6. He's a career 34.2, but he shot 30.9% last year and 32.6 this year.
This was the worst career season of
yeah.
He was bad this year.
He's
been trending down too.
Yeah, and last year he averaged 18.4 points. Like, I don't think he's an elite defender. I think he is physical. He is someone who will rough you up. But my point would be that, like, if I'm going to gamble on somebody, I'm going to look at a guy like Kelly Oubre who gives you something different, right? Who might be a little crazy, but
he's a different kind of crazy too. These two, him and Dillon Brooks aren't the same kind of crazy.
Right.
There's levels to this craziness in the NBA.
Are not crazy.
Yeah. Kelly's a little bit different.
Well, that, and again, they're both 27 years old. And then when I look at Kelly's stats, I don't love the 43.1% shooter or the 31.9% from three, but that's because he was asked to be a bulk shooter on a bad team. Last year, 15 points per game. The season before that, 15.4. These are the types of stats that, you're kind of hoping for, the 34.5% from three. He's super athletic. He would really give you an attitude and an edge that you don't have, but the length and athleticism that Dillon Brooks just doesn't have. And the Kings, if I'm looking at this roster, that's the one thing they need so badly is the length and athleticism. They just lack it. And so Oubre, the other thing I'll point out too is that Kelly Oubre played AAU ball with De'Aaron Fox. They've been friends since they're very young. They've known each other like since freshman year of high school for De'Aaron Fox. If there's anyone that can get through to somebody and say, look, what you're doing is not okay, or you need to pull it back, or whatever it is, he's the type of guy that, Fox as a leader on the club can say, look, man, you're my friend, but I'm not going to put up with that on my team. Where I don't think that Dillon Brooks is going to listen in the same way that I think that a guy like Oubre that has ties to him. So again, if I'm making a gamble on a player like that, I would take Oubre every step of the way because I think he fits better. I think his defense is better. I think his athleticism is better. Like his ability to get out and run is better. And I also think that he would listen and play within the team concept, and he would listen to Monk as well because Monk and De'Aaron are so close, and you could really have some sort of like really nice pairing between all these guys. But you need that athlete on this team.
And you agree with that, right?
Yeah,
like,
Kelly's above Dillon on my list for sure.
Yeah, he's one of the five guys above that you're going to take.
Yeah, and like I said, but that's kind of what I said. There are people that I would rather have as opposed to Dillon Brooks, but I'm different in, everybody else's assessment. And like, if you couldn't get any of those options to work out and you were like, well, let's give Dillon Brooks a look. I'm willing to give Dillon Brooks a look. I'm willing to give him a look. There's just other better options, I think. But I'm not. I think a lot of people.
I'll call Dillon Brooks on the third day of free agency.
We did the poll. Everybody's like, don't even think about it.
It was 80. It was 80% of GTFOH. Yeah.
I'm not there.
I need him to be in 500 times better shape. I look at him and I'm like, okay, man, you've gone the way of like Jared Dudley. Like you got to come in and not be soft, like physically. Like what we saw on this team, and like Will Z put out some really cool stats this morning on Kevin Huerter, right? Like he'd ran like, what was it, 121 miles or something. It was something crazy as far as like how far Kevin Huerter had run. And some contrarian fans like, oh, that's only 0.15 of a mile per game more. And it's like, okay, man, like that's a lot. You know, that's a lot. We're asking you to do like 7% more running than any other time in your career. And that adds up over 82 games. That's so I think, I'll be honest, like Kevin Huerter has to come in better shape, because I thought that Kevin Huerter struggled on the second night of back-to-backs. I thought he struggled on the fourth night of 3 games in 4 nights. That's something that he lost his legs multiple times during the season. He's too good of a shooter to have, you know, 1 month where he shoots 25% or 28% and another where he shoots 56%. And somehow you end up at 41%, but the way you got there is unacceptable. And I think Huerter knows that. And I think he's going to work hard to get in the right shape, because Mike Brown has talked about it all season long. It's not just that players are being asked to do something different, is that their roles, like the importance of their roles is different. So if Kevin Huerter plays 30 minutes on 2 different teams, and you look at how he plays 30 minutes on the Atlanta Hawks, and you look how he plays 30 minutes on the Sacramento Kings, he ran so much more. And his role, the gravity of who he was so much more important. Because when you're playing next to Trae Young, sure, they're going to defend you on the 3-point line, but they're not going to be as concerned with you at the 3-point line as they are when you're playing with another 3-point shooter. When you're playing with a draw and kick guy and a big man like Sabonis, you have to have that spacing. Teams are playing you different. They're making sure that they take away your 3-point shot, because you're one of the things that can really hurt them. And so I think, like, a lot of these guys, they're going to reevaluate who they are and how they can help this team going into next season. And one of those guys is Huerter. Again, I don't know that he needs to lose weight, but he needs to be in better physical condition to last an 82-game season and to keep a consistency and not have the peaks and valleys that we've seen from both him. And I'll say the same exact thing about Malik Monk. Like, somebody needs to take an iron and flatten out the peaks and valleys. Both of those players, they were all so high and so low throughout the season. That's what this was a learning season for them. They now know what 82 games looks like, playing for the Sacramento Kings, playing at this pace. The pace is going to pick up next year. This is what you have to do. And if they're going to be successful, those 2 guys very specifically have to be in better shape, have to be ready for the rigors of all 82. And not only all 82, and then hopefully another 28 games.
Yeah, I like that. That's good stuff.
You think conditioning is a primary focus for these guys this offseason?
Yeah, I think conditioning and, you know, the weight room. And I think that's different for everybody. You know, like Fox, I think, is already going to elevate his game to like a completely different level that we haven't seen. I would expect like 27 points a game, like almost at a minimum for him for next season. And that's just because he now knows what it is to be a superstar. He just got a taste of it, and everyone is looking at him in a different way.
Yeah.
And he knows it. But these other guys, like Malik, is, to me, he's a gym rat. He's not a workout warrior. And I would say Kevin's probably the same. They're guys who spend a lot more time in a gym shooting basketballs and playing hoop than they do in the weight room. And that's not a dig. Like, every player is built differently about how they manage that. And you have some guys who all they do is work out, and you're like, man, you worked out a ton and your body looks great, and you're horrible at basketball. You're just flat out, you're not good at basketball now, you know? And then you have other guys like the complete opposite, where Chuck Hayes used to say, oh, well, I played a bunch of tennis this summer. Like, oh, Jesus.
Good job, Chuck. Good job, Chuck.
It's like, okay, I don't know what to tell you, Chuck. That was a poor decision, and now your teammates are paying for it.
Oh, man.
So, you know, there's all of these different types of guys that are in the league that behind closed doors, they're, you know, like Marcus Thornton loved to play basketball. All he did was play basketball. Like, when he got done playing with the Kings, like after a game, I'm sure he went out and like dunked on his neighbor's hoops out in the yard. Like, he just loved it. Couldn't get him in the gym. So when he got a deep thigh bruise because he hadn't done his legs, he hadn't hit leg day for his whole life. Yeah. All of a sudden he's out for a month with a deep thigh bruise because he can't shake it off, because he doesn't have, that's not who he is. And then you got these other guys who are in there hitting the gym, work it out. And again, you see like the workout guys, Aaron Aflalo, like, okay, man, are you like LL Cool J? Is that what's happening here? Like, that's what he looked like. He looked like all he did was lift weights all day long. And then
who had the LL Cool J reference today coming from James?
There you
Anybody? Because if you did, you won.
Everybody tap in on Thursday as James hosts Corners of the Culture. Here.
That's right.
Quarters of the Culture
You
with James
certainly
Ham.
could have me on to talk on Corners of the Culture of rappers turned crime procedural.
Finn Totolo, aka Ice-T.
I mean, we tomorrow's episode is on rappers turn actors.
Oh,
and
see, I could do that all day long.
The egregious name that we didn't mention till like 50 minutes into the podcast is out there for everybody. So that will drop for you tomorrow morning. Then we're talking about the offseason, James, and games changing. You mentioned Domantas Sabonis earlier, finished 7th in MVP voting. Obviously a great year for Domas and De'Aaron. You just laid out what your expectations are for De'Aaron next year. And I do think De'Aaron had such a great line Sunday night following the game when he said, everyone knows who I am now. Like, they know who I am. And we all wanted that for him, right? Like, we all wanted him to be on the stage, and he took advantage of it. He was incredible. Even though the Kings lost in the first round, De'Aaron was absolutely incredible. From Domas's perspective, though, can you see Domantas Sabonis, who now in the last 4 years is a 3-time All-Star, can you see him elevating his game even more?
Okay, so this is like, I think it's really interesting when we talk to coaches, when we talk to players, we talk to front office, like just getting done with the Monte McNair conversation, right? Monte has said it so many times, and it's something that I've heard Vivek say in the past, but like, you need to know who you are, what you're good at, and what you're not, right? That's one of the blessings of life. If you can figure out what you're good at and what you're not, and then you can find people to surround you that complement what it is you're good at and what you're not, then you're much better off for it. So again, I'll just relay it to, like, when I'm building a house, like, I can do a lot of things on a house, but what I don't like doing is plumbing. And I'll do electrical all day long. I don't care. But I don't like doing plumbing, so I always bring in a plumber. I can put sheetrock on a wall, but I'm not good at the finished work of taping and texturing. So I bring in a taper and texturer to do that work. There's all these things that I can do, but there's things that I know that I'm not good at and I'm not going to do. I will not put my wife, this kills my wife. For the last 2 years, a year and a half, I've had this bathroom that's been basically, it looks like a closet. There's nothing in it except for bathroom fixtures that are supposed to go in there. We have plenty of bathrooms in our house, but this one is just sitting there because I don't feel comfortable putting a shower pan in, because I know that I'm going to cause it to leak and it's going to run through the floor and tear up my ceiling and then ruin the floor below it. And then I'm going to have to do a bunch more work. So I won't put it in. So my point is that, like, there are certain things that I know how to do. There are certain things that Domantas Sabonis knows how to do on a court. You have to, as a GM, as a coach, even as a player, you need to realize what you're good at and what you're not. And then they need to surround him with the pieces to complement him. And I think they did a really good job of it in year one with him on this roster. You surrounded him with shooters, and you're surrounded him with an elite off the ball, on ball guard, right? But we saw it from day one. Okay, where's the shot blocker? Where is that other rebounder? I mean, Harrison Barnes disappeared as a rebounder in the playoffs. He disappeared from like the month of January until mid-March as a rebounder, averaging 3 a game. Just stopped doing it. And I don't know why that was. Like, it could have been something structural, but we now know that, like, you have to have a defensive-minded shot blocking 4 or 3 to put alongside Domantas Sabonis. And you heard about it. Like, the Kings tried to get that guy. That guy was Jared Vanderbilt. Jared Vanderbilt. That's who they tried to go get. They understood that that's who they needed, and they whiffed. They didn't get him. So
now Danny Ainge was in cahoots.
Yes,
with Rob Pelinka. That's what happened.
That dude, man.
Exactly. So to, like, round it out, though, my point is that, like, there are plenty of things that Sabonis can do to get better, but he is who he is. He's a guy who's going to average 18.5 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 6.5 assists. And that's an all-star. And if he does it 3 more times, that's probably a Hall of Famer. And that's perfectly fine. Like, don't ask somebody to be something that they can't be. Where Fox adding 2 points a game, That's not difficult for him. It's sitting right there. He needs to be a better defender. He needs to be this and that. But at the end of the day, you need to surround him with better pieces that can help him get better. Like I think, again, Davion Mitchell, perfect. Because Davion Mitchell isn't a guy that has to have major minutes, but he is a guy that behind De'Aaron Fox, if you need someone to shut someone down and needs to be a great defender, he can go do that. When he does come in, he game manages. He doesn't replace Fox. He's totally different than Fox. But if you need someone for 12 to 15 minutes or 18 minutes a game, he's a guy who can come in and play defense and can knock down an open shot sometimes and who doesn't make a bunch of mistakes. So he kind of like holds you in a pattern until Fox can get back on the court and do what he's doing. And so you need to find those complementary pieces for other positions.
Do you think, because we were trying to figure out exactly, what's next for Domas, do you think that he can improve his game, or has he kind of plateaued? And I ask you that saying, like, I say, hey, every year you put something else in the bag. And, this offseason in the playoffs, they kind of exposed the fact that he wasn't as sure of himself as he should be with that jump shot. Lock yourself in the gym and shoot nothing but 15-foot elbow jump shots, some at the top of the key, and try to perfect that. Like, he already improved a little bit this year. Take another step in that jump shot. Like, do you think he can get better at that stuff, or is maybe that one of the things you're talking about? Be aware of who you are and don't ask you to do too much.
To be honest, I thought this season during the offseason, they worked so hard on the 3-point shot for him. They should have been working on the 18-foot jumper, which they didn't know, because you didn't know that this offense would look like this, right? So when you stepped on the court at the beginning of the season, you thought, okay, I think we got some nice pieces. And then all of a sudden this thing like magically goes together. I mean, I told you guys, like, in the second week of the season, all the advanced numbers say that this isn't a top 12 offense. This is a top 1 or 2 offense. And then all of a sudden it proved out. They started, doing exactly that, scoring like they should. So what you did is you got in the middle of a season where everything is working so incredibly well without Domas needing that 3-point shot. Was Domas shooting every day at practice 3-point shots? Yeah, he was. But he wasn't so focused on it like he was in the summer, because that was the big need. You got Fox, you got Sabonis. One of those guys is going to have to shoot the 3 ball. Now you surround him with 3-point shooters. But here's the kicker. If you take away a Harrison Barnes and you replace him with a Kelly Oubre and you drop 4 or 5% in 3-point percentage, now maybe you do need Domas to do something different. Maybe he does need to be that 3-point shooter. So it's always going to be a balancing thing that you're trying to figure out what's the best combination. But I also think you can't go away from this for stretches. And I thought the Kings, like, you wanted him to be an 18-foot jump shooter in the playoffs, not even a jump shooter, just an 18-foot flat-footed shooter. But you never worked on that. That wasn't something that was part of your offense the entire season. Going into next year, he needs to watch a bunch of footage of Chris Webber. Remember what Chris Webber was able to do from the high post. And he was just like spectacular. He shot 45-50% on that mid-range jump shot, but that set up him to take the ball to the basket. It set up the cutter to have more space. And so, yeah, like, they're learning. This was the first year this offense came together, and somehow it magically becomes the number 1 offense we've ever seen. But there's so much more room for growth. And that doesn't mean that they score more points or they become even more and more and more efficient. It just means that they become more difficult to defend. You become more versatile. And that's where we ran into in the playoffs, where they were not versatile enough anymore. Like, the Warriors took away a major piece and said, go ahead and beat us. And the Kings weren't able to beat them.
You mentioned Davion a minute ago. Is there room for growth for Davion? Because we've had, I wouldn't say fun. We've had some time to speculate on Game 6 and Game 7, and we feel like we came to the conclusion of why Mike went away from Davion. But where do you see his growth at?
He's got to be a better catch and shoot shooter.
Which is, to fill you in, that's why Mike had to go away from him. It felt like in Game 6, because the Warriors were like, you're not going to make that. And they played away from him. They gave him any shot from the corner that he wanted. They gave him any shot from behind the arc that he wanted. And he didn't make them pay for it. I mean, game one, I think it was good, but they didn't make him pay for it. He didn't make him pay for it in that series, and that's why he had to go to Terrence Davis and those guys in game 6.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at how they played them. They gave you certain things. They sagged off. I mean, if they don't have to defend you behind the arc, he needs to be a knockdown shooter from 3. And he was in college in his final year, but he wasn't the previous years.
Right.
And like, I know that they've worked with him a ton. I got to be honest, Rico Hines like redefined his shot and had this high arcing thing. I don't love it. I'm not quite sure. Like they tried to, because he's short, they tried to change his release point and make this high arcing thing. I don't think I remember him getting blocked or him taking too much time on a shot. I just thought he didn't hit it. I would like to bring it back down. I would like it to be more of a conventional 3-point shot because the Kings offense, you don't need that high arcing release. You need to be able to come off a pick, turn and fire. I think the progression for him is probably that he needs to tighten all of that stuff up. And they've got Doug working with him nonstop. Doug worked with him all offseason, but again, Doug is working on finer nuances. Doug's task was to teach him how to play team defense, to teach him how to, like very, very fine nuanced stuff that a lot of players are coming into the league, even a 4-year player like Davion, they just don't have in their bag. And so there's still a lot of work to do. I think he can get better. I'm not ready to give up on Davion Mitchell. I just think that it took him way too long to figure out where he fit into the grand scheme of things. And then when the Warriors started taking things away, like it really did put a bunch of pressure on him to be something different that he's not capable of being right now.
Yeah.
And it felt like he had just gotten in a good groove. Sorry, Casey.
No, you're good. I like Davion. I like his role on this team. I think he's great as a backup point guard. And if things get a little dicey, I'm talking injury-wise for a game or two, he can step in and be your starting point guard. No issues. I love his role on this team, man. And you look at the numbers, just the traditional per game averages, everything's up. Everything's up. Everything in that respect, saying he is getting better. The only thing that was down was the points per game and the minutes per game. And that's why. But his percentages, at least in the traditional stats, not, the super analytical ones, but they were all higher than they were his rookie year. And I expect this season for them to be higher than they were, or this upcoming season to be higher than they were this past season. I think he's that type of worker. I think he's dedicated to his craft. Ham, I saw the same thing as you. Sometimes I thought he just shot the ball a little too high. I'd like for him to just kind of get it there and let it be a little natural, and that's something that he may work on. But I like Davion. I think he's going to continue to get better.
80.6% from the free throw line.
That was impressive.
After his 65.9% in his rookie season, that tells you that he can improve as a shooter, that he's ready, that his shooting stroke isn't bad. That's always like the predictor when you're looking at college players. If they can't shoot and you're saying, oh, he's going to be a really good shooter, and then you look and he's a 54% free throw shooter, you're like, no, it's never going to happen. Like he doesn't have it in him to be better at that. And, again, he shot 54.5% from the field, like a 3.5% increase. That's spectacular. The 32% from 3 is okay because it came on like half as many shots as he shot the year before. So you need him to get better and to like grow. But we're talking about a guy who went from like an effective field goal percentage of 47.7 to 53.3. He was much more efficient this year. And I will guarantee you, if I go back and look, it took 40 games for him to find his niche with this team. Yeah. If you go back and you take away that first 40 games, his I'd almost be like, I can look, but like, I bet you his splits say that he was a much better player in January, February, March, and April than he was in October, November, and December.
He's been compared to this guy often, but I mean, look at, I just wanted to take a quick look at it. Look at the way Marcus Smart started his career. And I'm not saying he's going to be Marcus Smart, but he has those same type of intangibles when you talk about defensively. And then Marcus Smart has worked his way into being, a kind of a reliable scorer. Once again, not saying Davion's going to start or get those type of minutes or those opportunities, but sometimes it takes guys like that a minute to find their role and their niche in this league and then excel at it.
Kyle Lowry is the other guy.
I think Marcus is my third favorite player in the entire league. I
Marcus
love that
been
dude.
flopping a lot.
I love he do.
He flopping.
I love Marcus
I can't
Smart.
believe
though.
they be giving him calls.
I
like
love
that.
Marcus Smart though.
I do.
He
like him,
he
though.
took a straight bump one game where he he didn't even get touched. He just took a flat back right onto the to the mat and didn't get a call. I was like, oh, Marcus, that's my
I like
guy
Marcus,
though.
though.
I
do
love
like
Marcus
a
Smart. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball with James Ham. Phone lines open for you as well. 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
All right, something good happened, and they're waving the flags now. They have them, and they're waving them around.
That's funny.
They foul a lot in this league.
Yeah.
I think so. You know what EuroLeague is, James?
EuroLeague.
For basketball.
Yeah, so they start out, I believe, like you have your standard league that you're in. So like Sasha's in the Greek league. And then after that, you do go to Eurobasket and you start playing in like major tournament play against a bunch of other teams. And your league kind of goes away. So it is kind of like a little bit like Champions, but I think it's like more teams play. I'm not sure. But you go outside of your country and start playing teams in other leagues where like he does play in the Greek league. So yeah, Alex in the chat, you brought up Drew Timme, 61.6% field goal percentage, 63% from the line. My point isn't that. My point is that Drew Timme shot 61.1% from the free throw line as a freshman, 63.2% from the free throw line as a senior, and his 3-point percentages just kept getting worse. It's the correlation between 3-point percentage and free throw shooting, not field goal percentage. Drew Timme scores a bunch at the rim. And I think Drew Timme's a really, really talented scorer. I don't think he fits in the league in the same way that like Frank the Tank didn't fit in the league. And Frank Kaminsky was even a better 3-point shooter. But I don't mind Drew Timme. I think he's like there is a world where Drew Timme actually makes it in the NBA. I think it's a pretty tough one. If he could have got better as a 3-point shooter, if he could have been a 38% 3-point shooter his senior year, he's a late first round pick. The fact that he shot 16% means that he just never extended his range out.
Drew Timme was in college forever.
It was only 4 years. I think the difference is that he looked the same way as an 18-year-old as he did as a 22-year-old, and he probably will look the same as a 37-year-old.
I think he got a COVID year too, didn't he?
I don't know.
I think all those guys got
21, 22, 23.
Extra year.
Well, he could petition and go back for one more year.
I think that's
at this point.
That's what.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to. Well, that and those guys are doing. They go back for an extra year. Like they can go get their masters during that time. I think it's helped with higher education.
And all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Perry Ellis, how many years did he play? Was he just 4? Or was it like the 7 that it felt like?
8 years.
Yeah, who's the one dude? There's one guy who's like
McAdoo is doing
7
that
years.
right now at North Carolina. He's been there for a minute.
Sarah is very fired up over all of this, by the way.
Well,
you're not on this thread.
well.
For some, I think
Well.
I think
What
she
else
texted.
is new?
I think she texted the wrong thread. She texted me and Jake, and I think she meant to text me and you. But she is really fired up over Davion not playing.
Really?
No excuse, all caps.
She was pissed off.
Matt Kim, you keep asking my Premier League team. I've said this a bunch of times. My son is a huge Man U fan because his first soccer coach that coached him for a long time and competitive was a Man U fan. And so I support, like, me and my son watch games together. We watch other games outside of Man U, but Man U.
I'm gonna try again next year, Jesse.
So
pick a different team.
Sarah just said, "Sorry, Jake. Thought this was Damian and Kenny."
No, you can watch Kenny, but don't pick Tottenham. Tottenham sucks.
We're off Tottenham?
Yeah,
Tottenham?
I'm not rocking with them either. They're useless. I won't pick another team, but they're useless.
Damn.
Tottenham.
Yeah.
They'll never win anything.
See, my son has all of his friends. They all have their own team. So, like, one is Dortmund, and then one is Tottenham. He has a friend in Man City.
Isn't LeBron's team in the Premier League?
LeBron's Liverpool.
They got Nike, right?
Yeah. Yeah, go over there, dude. I made a mistake trying to get you to root for Tottenham. That team sucks.
Luka Garza. Yeah, like even Luka Garza, Uncle Looney. I compare Luka Garza to like Adam, who is it? Morrison. I was gonna say, who's the guy who looks like Jesus? The league learned that you can't expect guys like that to come in and be like 27 point per game guys. Like even the big kid is it Purdue who had the what is his name? He's gonna have a tough time making it in the league. I don't know if he will at all. Zach Edey. Yeah. Wolverhampton, I've watched a lot of the Wolves play this year. I don't know.
D'Lo and Casey along with James Ham. James, I can't remember if we talked about this on Monday, but given the conversations of Kelly Oubre and the different, Dylan Brooks and the different ideas for, free agency coming up in July, would you, given what this team was offensively and given what this team was defensively, would you sacrifice any part of their offense to ensure that they're better defensively next year?
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the question. Can you find a guy who shoots 38% from three who can play better defense than like a guy like Harrison Barnes?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the question. Because like I look at this team and like the point guard position is locked up. You understand what their point guard position. They'll bring in a third point guard, a third like quote unquote guard, like what they did this year with Matthew Dellavedova.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it will be Delly again. I would say probably not. He'll probably be on the coaching staff if he wants to be. But then you look at the shooting guard position and you have like, I think a perfect combination, like yin and yang, like the Monk Herter combination. The fact that Herter can go play some three, the fact that Monk can go play some one, like that combo is really dangerous. You got the high flyer, the energy guy, and then what really in the regular season was an elite 3-point shooter. Shot 41% from three on almost 7 threes a game. Like that is a great combo. Then you get past that position and you start like looking at these combinations of players and they don't work. There's not enough of certain things. So like if you came back into next season and Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray are your starting forwards, that's fine, but you can't have non-factors like KZ Okpala, or even like if Kessler Edwards can't take some magical leap and be like a strong rotational player. You have to have that type of player. It's why I bring up a guy like Kelly Oubre, because this team can't survive another season without that player. If you can somehow wrestle Jeremy Grant out of Portland, that's a different type of player. And if whether Harrison's gone or you're doing a 3 forward rotation and he's part of that, like, that's fine. Harrison Barnes can be part of this team, but you need something else. And if you bring over Sasha Vezenkov, okay, you still need the athletic guy. You still need that crazy super athlete. And am I intrigued by like a bench lineup that has Sasha and Trey Lyles at the 4 and the 5? Sure. Like, I think that they both can defend. They can go back and forth, and like one of them can take the bigger guy, and you can actually get some switchability out of that, but you're not going to be great defensively. You still need like Kessler Edwards times 10 at that small forward position along with those guys. That's not going to work. You have to have these combinations of players.
Surprise, surprise, James. I obviously said, no, I would not become a lesser offensive team to become a better defensive team. And that's not necessarily just because of offense. It's because of this offense. It made you dynamic. It was that good. It was that potent that I don't know if I want to, maybe this is a little dramatic, but I'd almost protect that at all costs. Like you were that good on the offensive end. I'd try to bring in somebody like we talked about, Kelly Oubre, who's at this point in his career, probably even a better defender than Harrison Barnes, but can still give you, that same offensive explosion compared to, I just threw a name out there, and I love his grit. I love how he gets after it on the defensive end, but like somebody like Isaac Okoro, like I think that would take away too much of your dynamic ability on the offensive end just to get better on the defensive end, even though he's a really good defensive ball player, and it could absolutely help. They have to get better at defense, but I would try to find a little bit more of a happy medium.
Yeah, I mean, and I get what you're saying. Basically, Okoro, and I've always been a huge Okoro fan. Like coming into the draft, I thought Okoro would be much better than he has been as a pro. He just has not kind of found his way, and he plays on a team where you're really going to have a tough time getting a bunch of shots. They've got two like really high volume scorers at the guard positions. They've got a high volume scorer at the power forward position. There's a lot of mouths to feed in that situation, and they're not a West Coast offense where the ball's hopping and moving all over the place all the time. They're more of a conventional East Coast offense where, they might be fast, but still you're going to do plenty of iso ball and stuff like that. The guys you're talking about, I'm with you, like the Matisse Thybulles, the Okoros. Like, I don't know that I want to take that big of a step back offensively. I think you still need someone who can score. They've got to be smart about it, which is one of the concerns about Oubre. Would he just be like Dylan Brooks, but just not as, except for not a guy who yells at, LeBron James and causes you to get destroyed by LeBron James. So can you find someone who's just different in that position? Sure. And then I think like the happy medium, it might be a guy like Kessler, or if you can't get a guy who's 10 times Kessler, can you get one that's 5 times? Can you get one that's like that, but just, substantially more seasoned, or can Kessler come along because he does have a little bit of an offensive game and he's a really good defender, but you got to find those.
The guy I'm in love with as far as what they want to do this offseason is Cam Johnson. I think if you can, I'd overpay because I think they're trying to say Cam might get like 17 to 18.
This man said he was in love with Cam Johnson.
On the basketball court.
We've seen
on the basketball court. We don't need the media.
I know what we're talking about.
It could be a Cam thing. Like he really likes Cam Reddish as well.
Hey, Cam Reddish, he is a free agent here. Roster depth. But Cam Johnson, I think he checks all those boxes, right? Like I think he's a good enough shooter. I think he can help you on the defensive end. I'm not saying he's a lockdown, but he's not a turnstile either. And he's young. Like I think there's versatility to his game too. He's not just 3-and-D. Like he can get to the basket. He's a bit of a slasher as well. I think I paid him some money. And a lot of people say the Nets aren't going to let Cam Johnson go.
Yeah.
Well, they've got $1 trillion they're still paying Ben Simmons. They've got a lot of money they're playing Mikal Bridges. They got a lot of money they're playing Finney Smith. And you're going to pay Finney Smith. I don't know if Finney makes exactly $20 million, but you're going to pay Mikal,
he's at like
Cam,
13,
and Finney Smith to all play the same position. And you're paying Joe Harris. Joe Harris make a nice little change of money too.
Yeah.
So I think they would want to keep Cam, but I don't know if that would be the best thing for them to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. Like Cam Johnson is sort of the prototypical guy. He shot 40% from 3 this year. If 15.5 points combined between his 2 stops. He doesn't block shots. That's something that I still think you need. He's, again, we keep talking about this with Keegan. He's more of a power forward that plays small forward than a small forward that plays power forward. And you need to make sure that Keegan can stick at the small forward. If Keegan can stick at the small forward spot, it opens up everything for the Kings because there are a lot more players that can play that power forward spot. Even like the Kings, I don't think you want to go into next season as your starting power forwards being, Sasha and Trey Lyles. Like to me, that's a little risky. but you still are going to have plenty of scoring, plenty of rebounding, plenty of things that you don't have right now. But that would be if Keegan can slide over and stay at that small forward spot.
Yeah.
And that's going to take a lot of work from him.
Yeah.
Do you want to have the yearly discussion about Ben Simmons?
Wouldn't touch Ben Simmons with a 10-foot pole, no. Sorry.
12 foot.
12 foot. Maybe a 14-foot pole.
14. All right.
Yeah, whatever the pole vaulting pole is, that one. I'm not
Oh, the
touching
pole
it.
vaulting pole. I don't know how big the pole vaulting pole is.
I don't know either, but I'm not going in. And like, unfortunately, I kept saying, if you were able to put him in Sacramento and let him recover and let him get mentally right in obscurity, you would have been fine. But you didn't. You took him from the frying pan and into the fire. You took him from like the most violent sports fans that there are in the world in Philadelphia, and then you drop him into New York City where the bright lights. And
you dropped him off like an hour away.
Yeah, it's just too big. Like, it's too big. If you could have let him
the same market
recover himself, and go somewhere where everyone's not looking, he could have found himself again. But now we start talking about back issues and all that. Those are stress. Like, the injuries that I see from him now are stress related. Those are you broke that kid. And like, if I'm the Kings, he's under contract for just this next year. And also the perfect fit for me. Like,
you got two left. You got 37 and 23-24, and then you got 40 and 24-25.
Oh, yeah.
So you got 77 left.
Yeah, no, not doing it. The guy
you got
who
$77 million for a dude who may not play basketball
ever again.
May not want to play basketball.
Yeah. I'd still say the guy that if the Kings are serious about taking this team from like a really cool story and a solid, 3, 4, 5, 6 team for the next 3 years, it's OG Anunoby. That's the guy for me that like takes his team.
So we've talked about that before. What's that look like to you? Like, because OG is obviously a trade acquisition. It's not a flat out signing.
Yep.
And you're sort of depleted with losing Harrison, unless Harrison wants to go to Toronto. That doesn't really play into this. So tell everyone you're trading Keegan Murray, and we can start the conversation.
No, I mean, like, if the Kings aren't trading Keegan at all, like, everything, just being around them, they believe Keegan is going to be a star. Like, they still believe he's going to be a star. Like, they're convinced.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine. Like, you can believe that if you want. Like, and I'm not going to say that that's not going to happen. I'm just saying I don't know. The guy, like, somehow you'd have to figure it out. Like, it's going to cost you a ton as far as draft
starts
capital.
With Rashawn, and no, probably starts with your call to the Atlanta Hawks that you always reference and taking the protections off.
Yeah, you got to take the protections off. The
money starts with Rashawn, and then you're drafting a player this year that you're probably sending to Toronto.
Yeah, and then what other picks do you have to give up? Do you have to give up 26? Do you have to give up 28? And you're talking about a guy who averaged 16.8 points, 5 rebounds. So he's a solid rebounder for the position. The 1.9 steals is what makes him different. He's 38.7% from 3. Offensively, he's Harrison Barnes. Defensively, he's a game changer. He changes the entire culture of your defense. One player will change the entire culture of your defense. He can play any position. He can defend any single position on the court. And a guy that can switch 1 through 5 and be a lockdown just takes the pressure off of everybody else. He's 6'7", 230, just a big, small forward. And I think he would be the absolute perfect fit. The other downfall to him is he's under contract. He's got he's under contract at $18.6 million next year, but he has a player option at $19.9 the year after that. There's no way he's playing for that money. And so you have to judge whether or not he's going to be worth it long term to give a massive contract to. And it's going to come in the same summer where you have to give Domantas Sabonis a massive contract. And so that's not easy. Like, you're basically and sign Malik Monk. And so all of these things happen at one time. Now, again, what is Malik Monk worth on the open market? I'm not sure. And are you going to get value for him in Sacramento because he wants to stay with De'Aaron? He's still, again, he's going to be a early bird guy. So at that point, the early bird might be up to 12 or 13 million starting salary with 8% raises. That might be enough to retain him. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's like, hey, I'm going to go get 15 or 18 million somewhere else. But is he really a starting shooting guard, or is this like the perfect spot for him? Again, I would make the argument that he's better off being like Jordan Poole, Jordan Clarkson, and coming off the bench, and those guys make less money. So it is what it is. I mean, so whether he's going to get a substantial raise or not, I'm not sure.
Just for those who are unaware, OG Anunoby represented by Clutch Sports.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
Get Fox.
OG Anunoby. That's
do what you do, Rich Paul. Get Fox's help.
Yeah.
Hey, there was an interesting question that, well, I think it was more of a statement that Davion mentioned earlier that turned into a question. We're talking about Monte McNair and him winning the Executive of the Year, where he was 16 months ago, at the trade deadline, and people just going crazy over the Tyrese Halliburton trade and where he's come to now, where he's, the best executive in the year by the award right now. And Davion, you talked about how you felt from day one, Monty was like, De'Aaron is the franchise. We will do the things necessary to build around him, but he's the guy, and he started to build around him. And I asked the question, I said, if everything was equal contract-wise with Halliburton and De'Aaron, do you think they still make the same decision?
Like now?
Just at that time. If at that time they were on the same contract, money wasn't an issue, but you knew you had to move on from one of them. I think he would. I agree with Davion. I think he would have went with Fox, but it's an interesting question.
Honestly, I don't know. Like, Halliburton is such a charming dude, and he's also like 3 years younger. And so, yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I mean, we're talking about like the shoulda, coulda, wouldas type stuff. Like, I think it's really interesting that, like I said at that time, like, extend Monte McNair right now. Like, he made a move that's so epically huge for your franchise that you have to let him see it through. Then you let him hire Mike Brown, extend him. Like, you just let him sign a coach for 4 years. Like, this is a moment where you need to match the salary, the contract years with your coach. They didn't do it. We get to, like, was it January? Late January is when they extended him finally, or early February. Like, I thought it was really interesting the way, like, a guy goes from basically almost being run out of the city for a trade and run out of the league by a lot of talking heads out there to a guy who's now executive of the year. And, like, look,
Monty's a better man than I am, because I would have taken that trophy and given everybody the middle finger as I was holding it.
Including me.
JJ, all of you, right here. Yeah. Jalen, right there.
I was on board with this Sabonis swap, like, fully. Yeah. I thought that was a crazy gamble that was worth it, because I like Sabonis as a player coming in. But, like, the fact that he didn't move back in the draft and collect any assets, the fact that, he made one move one trade and one true free agent acquisition in Malik Monk. Like, I kept saying there's not enough. Like, it proved out that he was right, but even still at the trade deadline, if you added some of the pieces, like, would you have been different? Would the playoffs have gone different? Could that first round have gone different if you had someone who was better fitted to as a backup center, or if you had someone that, like, could have stretched? I mean, Harrison Barnes played 8 minutes, 6 minutes in the final 2 playoff games. Like, that's what we kept talking about.
And Davion played about the same amount of minutes.
Like, yeah, you got to go get that guy. And again, not to, like, you don't think Mason Plumlee would have impacted the offensive rebounding issue?
Our Lord and Savior. After watching what Kevon Looney did last night, no.
Our Lord and Savior.
Yeah, nobody.
Stopped.
I don't. Right. Our actual Lord and Savior may not have stopped Kevon Looney from getting those offensive rebounds.
I think that Monte McNair, like, he played it safe. He played it close to the vest. and it all worked out, and the injuries worked out. And I think he had a phenomenal season, and he's fully deserving of the award. Now he's got more work to do.
Mm-hmm.
He does.
My argument was he got the job, and an hour later, facetious, extended De'Aaron Fox when he didn't have to. And to me, that was a sign you're my guy, you're our guy, you're their guy. And I don't know that he went out to trade Tyrese Halliburton, but I think he knew as that season was progressing, Tyrese is probably my best trade asset.
Oh, totally.
And you hold on to it. You probably hold on to it for as long as you can until you can't hold on to it anymore. And thankfully, whatever the hell was going on with Philadelphia and Ben Simmons didn't materialize. And he talked to Indiana and got the deal for Domantas Sabonis. But my feeling is he had a vision for this team from jump. That's my feeling, is he knew what the vision of this team was, and he executes things very quietly. He doesn't tell us what he's thinking. He's not, or he doesn't lie to us like Danny Ainge does. Oh, we tried. We tried to trade him. We tried to do this. We tried to move this pick. We tried to do that. Danny Ainge always got something to say after the fact. Always.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to be special.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge really is like LeBron. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop talking about the king like that.
I still believe that even though he won Executive of the Year and the Kings put up 40, that there were more wins there. There were more wins left on the table at the trade deadline. There were more wins left here and there. And whether, that's like, it's something that they'll learn. And yeah, like people in the chat, yes, they'll go out and they'll make deals this summer, right? They'll go out and they'll try to fill some of these voids this summer. But I still think that some of these things were sitting there. Maybe they weren't. But like when you hear that they were close on Jared Vanderbilt, when you hear that they're close on Matisse Thybulle, these are things that, like, people keep saying, well, if you really had just a long guy to chase Steph Curry around.
Well, I don't think that's Monte McNair's fault, though.
No, I'm not putting blame. I mean, I think he did a great job.
Why did our voice just get really high?
I don't know.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Both of us did it.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know. I just believe Danny Ainge should be investigated. Can't get over that. Watching Jared Vanderbilt, watching him play last night, watching what all of those Utah Jazz, it's like, what the hell?
Malik Beasley hiding on the bench. Like, I don't know if he's going to play in this series, but there's your
Crazy.
3-point shooter that you had. And again, that's not a guy that, like, I think the Kings will kick the tires on just because of personality issues and stuff. But still, I think that there are plenty of things that the Kings can do here to get better. And I also think there are plenty of things they could have done at the deadline that could have helped.
Well, there is certainly room to get better. There's going to be changes on this roster. I think that's one thing we really like. There's, even if it's not, not something dramatic like a Domantas Sabonis acquisition. Like we really like Terrence Davis. Like, it's probably tough if you're really trying to improve. Like, Terrence had a lot of DMPs this year. I don't know if he's on, where he would even fit in terms of like Sacramento's things that they need to focus on this offseason. But we've got all offseason to talk about it. And we've got playoff basketball coming up next. Sixers, Celtics on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go nobody. Go Celtics.
Yeah.
John Pauls, I did see that. Good for him. Long Beach State's a good look. I was hoping he'd come home, go to Sac State, but I mean, hell, somebody want to go to school in Long Beach.
Who went to Long Beach?
Issa Silva.
Oh,
left Stanford, going to Long Beach.
And Cavillo, first of all, this is like the first time I've gone back to the trade deadline since like the 2 weeks after the trade deadline. We haven't discussed that at all, but I will continue to say this is a moment where you do discuss the things that you could have possibly done.
Our Lord and Savior, Mason Plumlee.
and
Mason Plumlee had a big game against the Suns. What game was that? Was that the last game? Game 5? Maybe.
And Sass, unless you have inside info of trade deadline, then it's just guessing. They were close. I know that for a fact on Vanderbilt, they were close on Thibault. I know that to be true.
Anybody wants to see the picture from the EuroLeague game? It's on my Twitter.
Oh, I gotta see this.
Hey man, like you watch the soccer, you watch a Premier League, and there's stuff being chanted in the stands that shouldn't be chanted. Just like, what is happening?
Crazy.
Like, what are you people doing?
You know, sorry everybody in the chat. We really do never mention Naz Reid, and I would like Naz Reid on this team. So
I
don't know
Naz
why I
Reid.
don't ever mention him, but yeah. Naz Reid
But
is
see,
a
that's like two different paths. If you let's say if you did go, if you thought deep down in your heart right now that Keegan Murray can play the 3, then I'm okay going getting Naz Reid and Sasha and re-signing Trey Lyles. And now that's my 3 4-5 combo behind Sabonis and starter. One of those guys starts. Like, I'm okay with that because again, you have the super athlete, shot blocker that can hit threes and Naz Reid. You've got a knockdown like Sasha is like such a crazy shooter. And he's probably going to be a really good rebounder at the NBA level. And then on top of that, you've got you have Trey Lyles, who's kind of like the combo of everything. He can shoot, he can dribble, he can rebound, he can pass. Like he does a lot of cool things. He doesn't do all of them at like such an elite level that you're like, hey, he's a starter. But that right there, team construction wise, you do that, and then you add a really athletic small forward go behind Keegan that can, a guy
that's
like
Kessler, or you get better from Kessler.
But you go with a guy like, say, Kelly Oubre, who, again, super athlete and can block some shots. Like, can you get better than that? Maybe. But
and even then, so like my thing, even when I say Dylan, I look at Dylan as a backup. I do not see him as a starting 3.
Oh no, I don't see him as a starter.
I look at him as a backup. So when you say something like that, like maybe you even go Dylan, then somebody off the bench.
Yeah.
Once again, if your 6 other options are like no. So
I just know like this season alone, the Kings needed a Brandon Clark type player. And that's where Naz Reid kind of really does fill in.
I love Brandon Clark.
And if you're going to lose shooting, you have to, in Harrison Barnes, if Harrison Barnes does leave, you need Sasha Vezenkov because he's going to shoot 38 to 42% from 3. I mean, he's got such a quick release. It's crazy.
He can shoot the rock, baby.
I also like Trey Lyles going out there and really like, I want to be here. I want to be here. And
everybody that's saying Keegan is a 3, I hope so. I feel a little closer to that than I did at the beginning of the season. He just doesn't move well enough on the defensive end for me to think he's a 3.
They got to work on his body a lot. Like, I think he can.
I feel better about it now than I did in December.
People love it when I talk about the swivel and the hips. You see it though, right? Yeah. With him, like that's the problem. He doesn't have the flexibility through his hips to defend smaller players at the 3. That's why he gets beat to the hole all the time. Yikes. Ew. Is Porzingis an option? No.
Ooh.
No.
You said that a little quick, James. You said that a little quick.
Okay,
Porzingis
so
had a good season this year.
Alex, for me, like Alex, who asked about Porzingis in the chat, why don't you do some research on Porzingis's off the court stuff? Look at the situation in New York. Do some research on the brothers and all that stuff. You don't there ain't no reason to bring that in here because it's not like Porzingis has gone out there and won anywhere that he's gone.
Luka had a lot to do with that.
Well, how long has he been a member of the Washington Wizards, who are
a year and a half?
Have everyone wants Kuzma, everyone wants Bradley Beal, everyone wants Rui, everyone wants Denny Vija. That's a bad team. That team is shitty. Sorry.
Kuzma might be number 1. I said PJ Washington or no, Cam is number 1. I think Kuzma's 2.
See, I don't like Kuz. Kuz is still, he's all about the lifestyle, and I just don't think that I don't think he takes it serious. Like he thinks that he's way up here. He has that opinion of him. Again, like win. He did win the championship with the Lakers and the bubble championship. But outside of that, I don't think he's been in the playoffs. So,
well,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That
moves Harrison down to third on my list. It's Cam Johnson, Kuzma, and Harrison coming back.
I really like Dorian Finney-Smith.
Well, I like Finney-Smith too.
Yeah, I think that's a guy that, like, if you're gonna, again, if you need someone who can play 20 to 20 minutes a game at the backup three behind Keegan, that's a guy. And Keegan can play the 3-4 still. I just think it really does depend on where Keegan lands as a player. Like if you can really, and you should be able to test it. Like during the offseason, they should be able to see if they're increasing his like mobility, his lateral quickness, all of that stuff. No one is touching Miles Bridges. Someone will, and then they'll get booed, and then they'll have people who picket outside or who bring stuff into the game or people who yell at him. I don't think Miles Bridges is a guy that
this guy punter at, I don't even know how to say this thing, but about to knock out Real Madrid. This once again happened maybe a week ago, but still, what a shot with 0.4 to go.
Why do you say I have no faith in Keegs? I totally dig Keegan Murray. I don't know what the hell. Like, do I believe that he's going to be as good as the Kings think he's going to believe? I'm not there yet, but like, I think he's got all kinds of potential. I love some of the stuff he did in the playoffs. Like after the first 3 games, we saw him, like when he started taking people off the dribble and then pulling up from 15 feet. I'm like, what? Like I liked all of that.
Why they do Rihanna like that?
Oh no!
Is that in a cupcake?
They took the top of her Met Gala outfit that she had on and put it on a cupcake. That's cold. Funny as hell.
Cold-blooded.
Cold. That is funny.
Sean loves.
Oh yeah.
Loves Rihanna.
Oh yeah.
James Tyree, Mikal Bridges would be so perfect and so spectacular on the Sacramento Kings, but the Nets reportedly turned down 4 first-round picks for him on the day that they traded for him. So not only would they have got, like, what did they get? 3 first-round picks for Durant? In that trade, they would have got another 4. They could have potentially got 7 first-round picks and Cam Johnson for Kevin Durant.
Trista always says that Cam Johnson don't want to be in Brooklyn.
Oh yeah.
She says he told him when they traded, he's like, you can trade all you want. I'm not gonna. He's staying. She said he don't like the big cities.
Well, yeah, but he's restricted.
Right. No, he's.
I mean, if you were going to get Cam Johnson, you could like have a conversation with him about how much money you're going to pay him. Then you could go to Brooklyn and say, look, we'll give you whoever we drafted number 24. Like, but you can't do it before.
Right. You got to do it after you make the draft or the pick.
Yeah.
Or you could tell him we'll pick for you.
Oh.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't. He's a free agent. So you cannot have any contact and any negotiation power with him beforehand.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, you cannot. Now, if 2 people
did Charles
know
Barkley
each
just
other,
lick his phone?
Did he what?
What did he do?
He licked his phone.
He did it again.
Yeah, I guess.
What for?
Did this happen last night?
He's done it before.
Hey, we're still live. You guys give us a thumbs up.
Yeah.
We're still
here. We're gonna go now. Love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thumbs up, subscribe, all that stuff.
Only one game tonight. It's on ESPN 1320.